the box? There's no way. There's actually no way. Dude, Jesus Christ, dude. He's just staying in the box, dude. And then how much you want to bet this is a fetus?
She's talking about
How old are you? Yeah. I knew that. I expected that. You know what? We'll just wait. If any Trump supporter actually wants to have a conversation, you can send a guest request. We are just looking for debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you're above the age of 18 and you want to debate. And you're not the Mr. Cornball 9000. So. Yotsup, how old are you?
We are so...
Okay, we're just only getting trolls right now. You know, I today haven't got a single person in the box that's an actual debate. Do I really have to talk to that guy? I don't want to do it. I really don't. He just sounds horrible. He sounds horrible to talk to. I'm not doing that. Yo, it's about you?
Please, Parker, please.
Okay, maybe today is Fetus Friday, but a little bit early or something. Yo, it's how old are you?
Yo, hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I think Trump, but I'm kind of
What's your birth
undecided
year?
right now. 2006.
In what month?
May.
And how old are you?
19.
Okay, 19 May. And what day is it that you were born?
28.
Okay, alrighty. And you said you're 18 or 19?
19.
Okay, all right. Why do you support Trump?
I like his foreign policy. I think his foreign policy is good.
Okay, what foreign policy?
So I think that he did a good job taking out the nuclear stuff in Iran.
Okay, you know, he pulled us out of the JCPOA, right? Which actually increased their nuclear enriching capabilities.
Yeah, but I think the JCPOA wasn't that good of a deal. It didn't address their funding for bad organizations and their ballistic missile program.
Trump hasn't done that already.
What?
You think going to war is preferable? Any deal that he would get would be a watered down version of the JCPOA. So it seems just like we're in a worse negotiating position because of Trump, and we were in a better position under Obama.
I don't know, but I think the JCPOA also didn't stop them from getting a nuke. It just it stalled, you know. So they could just pull out at any moment. Like why should we trust them?
Well, we had the agreement, and that agreement builds more trust. Trump pulling out of the agreement destroys said trust. If you wanted to increase trust to have a negotiation, that's how negotiations function, well, then that's what you need to keep doing, is you keep fulfilling the negotiation, the deal. Why would we pull out of it because we think they will pull out of it? That makes no sense.
Well,
There was no evidence that
just
they were
don't-
going to pull out. They were fulfilling the everything within the deal. There was nothing that they weren't fulfilling, so what's the point of pulling out in that scenario?
I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't really trust the IRGC. You know, do you think we should trust them? Because I don't know. I just don't.
To have any type of negotiation, you obviously are going to have some level of trust that they'll uphold it. But what you don't need is trust in this scenario because you had surveillance. We had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. So you don't even need to have trust.
Okay, so how should we address their funding for terrorists then?
What do you mean?
Let's say I don't know, Hamas or
Yeah, the deal doesn't address
Hezbollah.
those things. But also, are you going to go to conflict with any body that's funded Hamas by any means?
No, I'm not saying we should. I just don't. No, I just don't. I think that the JCPOA should have addressed those points. You know.
Okay. I mean, just
if
because
it
the
wasn't-
JCPOA didn't address all of those points doesn't mean it isn't more all-encompassing than what we currently have right now. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but again, if it wasn't for them, the war in Gaza wouldn't have happened. Hamas wouldn't have the money to attack Israel. And I don't support Israel, but
Okay,
the whole thing would have never
so
happened.
you understand Trump was in office, right? What do you think Trump would have done that would have prevented October 7th?
I think the sanctions. Well, the reason October 7 happened was because Joe
Do you think the
Biden took.
sanctions, like Trump got rid of the sanctions? Or
What do you
Trump,
mean?
yeah, like literally in this office right now, he's got rid
No,
of the
no, but
sanctions.
like in the first term, he had the sanctions on, and then when Joe Biden came in, he took them off, and that's when Iran got a ton of money, and they spent it all on their organizations, right? So
Okay, so you're
if
saying
Trump, yeah,
they made more money because of Biden,
well, Biden
and
took off sanction. He like he didn't give they didn't make money. He unfroze assets, and then they used those
that was
assets.
under Obama.
Yeah, but no, but Trump put sanctions on, and then Biden took them off, right? That's what I mean.
Was there any negotiation there?
I don't think so. I think it was just maximum pressure.
I'm confused. Yeah, so there were the withdrawal of sanctions to move towards joining the JCPOA. That was the goal.
Yeah, but the problem is that they use the money instead of, I don't know, using it for something good, like, I don't know, their people, they use it to give it to bad groups, right? So like, how would you address those, like, if the JCPOA wasn't going to do it? Like, I think maximum pressure on that regime.
So you think we should go to war with them because they are funding groups? Is that your position?
No, I just think that we should have the sanctions on, right? Not like Joe Biden who took them off.
Yeah, but the sanctions limited our ability to have a deal that had surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. Us removing the sanctions was the point in specifically being able to get that agreement. But when Trump pulls out of that agreement, that destroyed the relations and the ability to be able to communicate between the different bodies insofar as that they would be able to continue that said deal. That's why that we weren't able to get it back under the Biden administration, because there was an impeding Trump administration that could possibly come about where Trump would just pull out of it again.
Okay, but like, why do we want to make a deal with them? Like, if Trump had won in 2020, most likely the regime would have collapsed because of like how bad the sanctions were hurting them, right? And we wouldn't have gone to war either. They would have just collapsed from within. So why do we want to like keep them alive? Like the
Wait,
I'm
I
talking about
don't think that there was any evidence that they would have collapsed. You have no evidence of that at all.
I mean, their economy, like Joe Biden basically saved the government of Iran, right?
I don't
Because
think
their
that's true at all. I think that's a ridiculous statement.
I mean, I just, yeah.
Can you give me
I
any
don't
evidence for
trust
that?
them
Other than just like I trust me, bro?
that they were gonna collapse, or
Yeah, can you give me any evidence other than a trust me, bro?
I mean, maybe I could maybe look for something, but like, what I mean is that we could have forced them into like more concessions. I'm not saying they're
What
gonna
concessions
collapse.
what concessions?
Like again, like their funding for bad groups, their ballistic missiles.
They're not going to give up their ballistic missiles. And how are you going to prevent them from the funding? It's only if you keep the sanctions in place. But if you keep the sanctions in place, well, then you can't get any sort of restriction or surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. That's what you're giving up in order to be able to get that. So which do you prefer? Do you prefer to go to perpetual war with them?
Well, how are they gonna fund their nuclear program if they don't have enough money? That's what the maximum pressure was for, right?
Well, you
Because
understand that
China,
that
like,
was happening under Trump's sanctions, and that's literally where we see the enrichment of uranium.
Trump got China to stop buying oil from them in the first term, and if he had won in 2020, he would
I
have
don't think
probably
China fully
continued
stopped
that.
getting oil from
Yeah, I don't know if
Iran.
I'm not sure if they stopped. Like they at least reduced
Yeah.
it by a lot,
Okay, well, I mean, like,
and it affected
how
Iran.
has that
Like
really
they
carried
won.
over to now? And how much was in that scenario? Can you give any source for that?
What do you mean, like?
Like, what? How much did they give? Like, what's the source? Or how much could they not give? Sorry.
How much oil could they sell?
Yeah. What's the difference? You said they reduced the amount. They couldn't sell as much. So what? How much?
Sorry, I just got a call. I'm
Kat,
not
thank you
sure.
for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. And Annie, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Of course they are. You're not sure, so maybe you should look those things up before you make a claim
Yeah,
like that.
I can't close the app.
Is it just a lot?
I mean, my point is that like the maximum pressure did work. Like, did it not? Can you agree with that?
No, no.
Why
The
not?
JCPOA was better terms than anything we have right now under Trump. Can you tell me any objective that we've met since the war's begun? Actually, name one political concession. How about that?
Yeah, we took out their nuclear stuff. Like that's what I care about.
No, what's the political concession? We already did that a year ago. I'm asking from the war. Name the
Like right
political
now,
concession that they've given up since the beginning of the war.
I don't really support the current war because like the justification was like we needed to bomb them because they were killing their own people. Like in that case, we should just bomb every authoritarian country. So like I'm not really in favor of that type of war, but I was in favor of taking out their nuclear stuff.
Okay, then you already did that a year ago, so you didn't need the war to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the
That's
listed
Midnight
use-
Hammer, not Epic Fury.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I supported that. I'm not really in favor of this current war, especially
Oh,
because Trump's
okay.
like
So we've
money
met
off it.
no political concessions from the war, no benefit from the war. We have higher gas prices, higher inflation, worse off conditions, and less political concessions in the JCPOA.
Okay, but let me ask you, what would have Kamala have done? What would Democrats have done?
I think that
Just
there'd be
let-
more likely a shot that we would get the JCPOA because there wouldn't be an impeding Trump that could come the next term that could just get rid of it.
Okay, and like, let's say we make a deal, then what happens? We just let the RGC stay in power and keep, destabilizing.
I mean, you're not
those-
gonna. I mean, under Trump, they're still in existence. So what do you mean? You act
Yeah,
like
but
you act
they're-
like Trump
they're
being in office
obviously-
would prevent that.
They're in a much weaker position than they were under Biden, right?
Really? They've cut off oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz, which has caused global oil prices to go up.
Yeah, and how are they going to sell their oil? Like they rely on oil, so if they shut down
They're
the
getting
Strait of
they're
Hormuz,
getting
how are
they're
they gonna
getting
sell-
oil from Russia. Yeah,
How?
yeah, which is allowing them to maintain the IRGC. The lack of oil is harming the civilian population within Iran, not the IRGC, because the IRGC gets their oil from Russia.
What's the value of their currency right now? Like $1 million for like $1 equals like $1 billion of their currency. Like how long can they sustain that?
Well, that's because Russia wants to fund them, like as a proxy against the U.S.
How is Russia going to fund Iran if they can't even take like 5% of Ukraine? Like
Well, they're doing it. I'm telling you, that's what's happening.
okay, but like if the civilians are going like if they go through hardship, they're going to turn on their government. So like I just don't see how.
I mean, we can't deny that Russia has a lot of oil. Like that's obvious. They have a lot of oil. Like I
also,
don't think anyone disputes that.
Iran literally has like more oil than water, like something like that. It's like
Yeah.
they also
So
have
like
oil.
but like we're talking about refined.
I mean, yeah, they also refine it, right?
Well, I mean, I think that they have to get max everything that they need from also getting refined oil from Russia to subsidize what they can't do themselves in refinement. So, do you want to address like the broader point that the IRGC is still in existence under Trump? We got no more political concessions under Trump being in office. The war has been a disaster. We've destabilized our relationships with countries all around the world. We've caused massive inflation.
I mean, you could say it's bad for us, but it's definitely worse for them. And most likely, it's going to be only short-term pain.
Short-term
in terms of,
pain for long-term gain. Did you hear that on Fox News?
like- No, I don't watch Fox News.
Or yeah, so where did you hear that? Fox 5?
It's-
Newsmax?
I mean, it's just common sense. Like,
No,
what-
where do you
what
watch
are they
your
gonna
media?
do?
Seriously, I'm actually genuinely concerned. Where do you watch your media?
I mean, I don't really watch like news. I just like on social media.
Joe Rogan?
Nah.
Okay.
Like,
Who do you? Where do you
I
get your
guess.
media from? Where do you hear this information from?
I
Trump?
follow like no, I follow like a lot of news accounts like on Twitter and stuff.
Twitter. So that's
like-
probably your issue.
No, but like I follow like good like news source accounts. So, like
Yeah,
that
such
probably
as
even you follow them probably. So
what? Which ones?
plus it's. I mean, hold on, I'll have to check. Like,
You don't
I
know
also
any off the
don't.
top of your head?
I know there's one called Open Source, I think, something like that, and just a bunch of others.
Okay, so nothing like not a reputable media company or anything.
I mean, I don't really watch like TV. Like, I don't know. Like, you want me to watch CNN? Like, what do
No,
you
I'm not asking you
watch?
to watch
Where do
CNN.
you
I'm
get yours?
AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters. Those are articles you can look up on the internet, my guy.
I mean, yeah, sometimes I look at those, but like, I'm not like always like every
Hey dude,
single day I'm looking at
you
the
saying
latest
I get my
Ballroom
information
poll.
from Twitter is no different than someone who's older than you saying they get their information from Facebook. There's straight up no difference.
I mean, it depends on like if like I'm not falling for like AI stuff. You know, like there's still like good. You know,
Yeah,
you can still
what do you
find
mean, dude?
weird
I mean,
stuff.
you're literally getting your information from Twitter. Let me just clarify. You should probably go and look for reputable media sources on
Wait, so
top of what
if
you
I
look
said
at
I
on
got my
Twitter.
stuff from
Like, I'm not saying
CNN,
you can't
then
look. I'm not saying you can't look at Twitter at all. I'm just saying at least correspond those with other sources that actually are like legitimate and mainstream, and not just like literally random stuff you see on Twitter, man.
well, I mean, okay, I guess you know. But if I'm a liberal and I said the same thing, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's good, you know.
Yeah, if you said as a liberal you just get your information on Twitter, I would say you should probably correspond that with other information as well. You shouldn't just get your information from Twitter.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously not just Twitter. Like,
I mean, that's what you
I
brought up.
watch YouTube also. Like, I'm not
YouTube?
that big of a nerd on like
Okay.
news. So.
You said I'm not that much of a nerd. So you agree that Twitter is full of nerds that are just like weird under your view?
Yeah, there's a lot of weird
This is
stuff.
your view, by the way. Not even how I would describe. This is your view. You just call them all a bunch of nerds.
Well, no, I'm saying that there are people on Twitter that are weird. Like, I don't know about you, but I've seen some weird stuff.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird people on Twitter.
Yeah, obviously I don't follow crazy
Do you think
people.
that's increased since Elon Musk has taken over?
I mean, I think it's changed, but I mean, I remember using it back before, and it was
Okay. So
not that
hey,
good.
dude, you should definitely look into more sources than that. Look at AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters. That's good. It'd be helpful towards your analysis. Now, John, think of the galaxy. Now I don't know, man. I just like. Have you ever thought about the capacity that maybe you've been lied to?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean, like brainwashed or something?
Yeah. Like you've been lied to. You've been brainwashed by people like Trump. You ever thought that?
Well, no, I've like again, I'm not like a full Trump supporter. Like, I'm still like undecided. But
Hmm.
there were some things about Trump that I did like over the Democrats. Like, what I said about like Iran and foreign policy. Like, for example, I support Ukraine, so like I'm against Trump, cutting off the aid and stuff.
Okay. So would you
But
say who's better foreign policy wise, Harris or Trump?
and again, it depends because, like, for example, for Ukraine, I support. Well, I would have been more
Okay,
towards Kamala,
wait.
but
If
for
it
Iran, like,
depends, then you can't use that as a reason to say that you support Trump over Harris. So
well,
then, yeah, because
I
if
think
it's
that the Iran issue is more important than any other.
oh, okay. And how do you think that Harris would have responded in a way that you think isn't satisfactory?
I think that she would have like just to keep like I don't know her base happy. She would have like made some bad deal just for the sake of making a deal.
Why do you think it would have been a bad deal?
Because like I said again about the JCPOA, it doesn't address all the issues.
The
It's only
JCPOA was good comparative to Trump, for sure.
plus like why like I think that the enriched uranium for
We are in a worse
civilian
position
purpose.
right now than we were under the JCPOA. I just want to be very clear.
Okay, but okay, answer me this: why did Iran have a like 60% enriched uranium if the one
Because
for civilians is
because
only 10%? So why do
because
we have
because
why do we have
Trump pulled
60?
out of the JCPOA.
Okay, but why do they want 60%? Like, are you admitting that they're
Because
building
Trump
a
pulled
nuke?
out of the JCPOA. So yeah, they're going to keep building that up because what prevented them from doing that was the JCPOA. So why did Trump pull out of the JCPOA?
So you
Then
admitted
leading
that
to
they are
this, and then
building a
why do you
nuke.
think that's good?
that
Like, you're
pull
saying
them out
this is
will
a
be.
good foreign policy on behalf of Trump. And I'm saying this is a foreign policy disaster. The fact that you try to frame this as good is embarrassing, honestly. Genuinely. Any type
What?
of
Wait.
critical
So you think
analysis of this
Operation?
view as compared to what existed prior, right, shows that the view that we have right now, or what we have in terms of the U.S. versus Iran relation right now, is that we have less political concessions. That's just an objective fact.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think maximum pressure was more effective against them.
Nope, it
I
wasn't.
also
We have
think
less
that
political concessions. So what is it effective towards?
making them collapse from within.
Making them collapse from within. Do you have any evidence that they're going to collapse from within?
Well, well, here's the thing. If we kept the same pressure under Biden, we could have forced them into making a more concessions than what they did, right?
Yeah, but like I don't see any reason to believe that we would have got more concessions if Trump were in office, or we do Trump's plan when we did Trump's plan and it led to us being in a worse situation than what we were under the JCPOA. So the point that I'm making is that if we just continued the same policy, if Trump never got elected in the first place, if Hillary Clinton were in office, for example, right, that wouldn't have happened. The JCPOA would have continued, and we would have likely had a renewal of that deal.
Okay, so let's say if they collapse from within because of the sanctions, do you think that's a better outcome than the JCPOA?
I would have to see the outcome from that. Just because something collapses doesn't mean what comes from it is going to be better.
Or like if their economy becomes so bad that they just surrender.
Right? Like, you understand that more radicalized people can come into those positions, right? That's actually what we've historically seen.
Yeah, but
is
they need
that
money.
whenever,
Like,
yeah, what's up?
they need like money to fund that stuff. They sell oil. If we just cut off their ability to sell oil, they're gonna have to, like, they're not gonna have enough resources to, like.
Okay, but you're saying there's going to be a vacuum of power. Who's going to take hold of that vacuum of power is the question I'm pointing out. You're not understanding that when you get rid of a leader, that inevitably is going to yield a vacuum of power. And if there aren't structured infrastructure, institutions that exist to be able to maintain it, right, from like a particular secular perspective, like the one you're wanting from, well, then obviously there's not going to be one to maintain. Like, for example, what happened with Afghanistan?
What,
Even
like,
though we
when
tried to
they-
set up a Western-style government, right, inevitably speaking, right, once we left, the Taliban took over. So, like,
Yeah,
the
but look
point
at-
that I'm making is that when you yield it up to a vacuum of power, inevitably speaking, right, more radicalized people have a greater capacity of getting into those positions, right? It's
Yeah,
only
what
very
about the Soviet
hyper-specific
Union?
situations where, like a situation like that, will inevitably yield better conditions.
Yeah, but look what happened to the Soviet Union. They collapsed from within because of our pressure, right?
Yeah, and
they-
how's it
there
going with
wasn't-
Russia right now? Like, you understand that, like, they're an adversary still.
Yeah, but like you're trying to make the point that there was going to be a vacuum and that worse people would take over, but that didn't happen with the Soviet Union. Like, we didn't go to war with them.
Well, I never said it happens in all scenarios, but I say it's what has typically happened in the context of the Middle East and throughout the context of recent American interventions, militarily speaking. Just because there are a few circumstances where this hasn't happened. Like, you could bring up like Germany or Japan or situations like that where we've seen better conditions, right, within Western style governments. Obviously, but that doesn't at all address the recency and the probability speaking of it being significantly worse. It can go well, and if it goes well, that's great. But in most circumstances, it doesn't go well. You have to realize that you're betting on harming people, right? And the probability tells you that's
They're
not mostly
harming people. What do you
good.
mean?
So I don't understand why you'd make that bet when it's proportionally very unlikely.
You know what happened in 2022 in Iran?
Do I know what happened in 2020? You're talking about protesters being unalived?
Yeah, basically a woman was killed for not wearing her hijab properly, and then you had giant protests, and then they basically executed all the protesters, right? So I mean, what happened then? Where were you protesting? Were you saying anything about it?
Dude, I disagree, and I think that's atrocious and horrible. Everyone does. But you understand that U.S. military
Okay.
intervention has led to these circumstances. Radical Islam is prevalent within the country because of the fact that we intervened in 1953, overthrew a democratically elected leader, reinstated military dictatorship, and which inevitably led to the Iranian Revolution, where Radical Islam came and took out, in terms of the vacuum of power, took control. So you have to
Yeah, like
realize that these
I'm
conditions are
against military
downstream of the
intervention.
effects of the U.S.'s military intervention within Iran.
Yeah, like I don't agree with that, but like I think that's why I think that economic pressure is better than military or even making a deal because it forces them to concede, without
You're saying it
us,
forces them to concede.
wanting.
They've given less political concessions than we had under the JCPOA. Wait, dude,
Okay,
at the
but they
point
don't have that much
wait.
leverage.
Do you think that a criticism of Trump's actions means you're supporting the IRGC?
No, not really. Well, it depends. If you're
Not
like,
really. So you think partially?
hold on, can you say the question again?
Do you think a critique of Trump's actions within Iran means that you support the IRGC?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm criticizing Trump's actions within Iran. I'm criticizing military intervention within Iran. That's not pro IRGC.
Okay, but like, if you made a deal with them, if you made a, then like they would stay in power. So like, why do we want that? Like, why can't we just keep the pressure, like
Well,
maximum
you're
pressure on
saying that we
them?
should constantly militarily intervene, try to take out leaders
No,
whenever we
I'm talking
dislike
about
them, and I think that
economic.
that historically speaking has led to worse off, more radicalized conditions for the people within the countries in which exist there, because it doesn't lead
Oh,
to a
you mean just
necessary or positive alternative.
like, you mean just how Obama killed like over 4,000 people in Libya and destabilized the Middle East?
Yes.
Is oh,
Wait,
so do you
isn't that an
support
example
Obama?
that we would point to?
Wait, do you support Obama's intervention?
I don't support that intervention.
So you
Do you,
think
do you,
do you think Democrats
do you
are
think I
welcome
did?
in
Do you
it?
think I agree with military intervention if just because it's supported by a Democrat?
Well, no, but like you say that, oh,
He
Obama's
thinks
the
he thinks that I
great.
think like him, that because the person that's on the political aisle that I'm on, that means I have to agree with them when it comes to military. No, I don't. That's
No, I'm just
horrible.
saying that it's hypocritical
I think
that.
that that's also another example that proves you wrong and shows that more radicalized conditions had come from this. You might think you have good intentions when you're trying to create a better government within these areas, but what I'm telling you is, historically speaking, it's led to worse off conditions. And we have good probability and evidence to indicate that. And you just went for a gotcha, and actually it proved yourself wrong, not me.
Well, what I'm trying to do is that show that you're hypocritical. That you say that, oh, Republicans are the war criminals, Republicans won war, when like it was the Obama administration who
I
killed
criticize. I
thousands of
criticize.
people.
What you understand? I criticize both the Obama administration and the Trump administration and the Bush administration for any military actions that they would engage in that I would disagree with. Like, like I can criticize anyone across the political aisle for their military intervention. I don't know
Really,
why
because
you're acting
I've
like
never
I can't
heard
do that.
you criticize, Democrats for that.
You've
I
never
can
heard me
criticize
criticize
both of them,
that?
but I've never heard you or like left-leaning influencers actually criticize Democrats and
It's
the
because mostly
Obama
mostly right wing
foreign
stuff is on your For
policy.
You page, my guy. Like I hear it all the time. I hear it all the time. So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't
and
know.
hell, I do it. Plenty of people in my chat could attest to the fact that they've heard me do it. This isn't
Yeah,
like a
I
new
mean,
position. This isn't like the first time I've ever talked about this on stream before. I've been doing this for
yeah,
years, bro.
I just don't hear, it's always like Democrats saying that Republicans do this and Republicans do that, but
I never say
they
it's only
did that.
Republicans, but I do think right now it's Republicans, and it's disproportionately Republicans in terms of offensive wars of aggression. I do think that Democrats
Wait, so you think
will.
that Libya was not a war aggression?
Well, I was comparing with the Biden administration. I'm not saying Obama wasn't didn't do anything like as a war of aggression or even continue wars of aggression that existed.
So you think
I was
if
going to make a
Kamala,
comparison to like the Biden admin because I do think that there was a difference in how the Biden admin conducted itself, right? In terms
yeah,
of
like I like
offensive
honestly I like
conflicts, at
Biden,
least
but
from their own understanding. Like for example, like Israel came to Biden and said that Hezbollah was going to attack the United States, and they said to preemptively strike Hezbollah because that they were going to attack the U.S. And Biden didn't buy it and decided not to do so because he didn't buy the intelligence and wouldn't want to start a war of aggression. And it happened to be that the intelligence was false anyway.
I mean, he still gave him like $30 billion. So I mean, what difference does it make?
Well, I'm just giving an example where there's a distinction in the way that Trump has conducted himself versus how Biden has conducted himself. And I think that that demonstrates, right, that we would not be, right, in the war that we are right now, right, with Iran, given that a Democrat was in office, and that means that we'd be in better conditions.
Yeah, I actually think that's false because when at the end of Biden's term, he actually was briefed on Iran's nuclear capabilities, and he weighed strikes on those
Yeah,
same targets.
I
But
already
the reason
said
he didn't do it
earlier,
was
which
because his
I've already
term was
addressed
almost over.
I've already addressed this before. There's a difference between Midnight Hammer and Epic Fury. So even if it's on the table for Midnight Hammer does not entail a war.
Okay, so you support Midnight Hammer?
I support it being on the table, right? If you can't get
Like, did you
negotiation.
support when Trump did it? If Kamala did it, would you support
Wait,
it?
well, I don't think it was necessary. I think you could have got negotiation done. I think it wasn't like if it being on the table as something that you couldn't consider to do doesn't mean it was the right choice when he decided to do it. Does that make sense? Because
I guess,
because I
but,
think
like,
that negotiation would have been preferable. I think that they didn't even necessarily try that negotiation. I think that Trump's administration being in office made the negotiation worse.
so you think that when Trump shouldn't have done it, and should have just done the JCPOA?
Yeah, there should have been a negotiation done. But can it be on the table if there's not a possibility of negotiation and it's going to be the case that they're going to develop it? Yeah, I do think it should be on the table.
Yeah, I agree with Midnight Hammer. I don't agree with the current war, just because of how it's being done.
So wait, then
but-
if you agree with that, then it sounds like you agree with the Biden-Harris administration's thought process on the matter more than you agree with the Trump administration's thought process.
I mean, yeah, on some things I do agree with them more, like restraining Israel more. But
What?
yeah,
Say that one time.
I do side with Democrats on like holding back Israel. Like in that sense, I support them, but
Yeah,
I
like
also think that
holding
they're
more
too-
accountability to Israel. Yeah, that's more likely going to happen if you get a Democrat in office for sure.
yeah, but I also think that they're not willing to do what it takes if if there has to be an intervention. Like, I just don't think they have what it takes to do it.
Okay, but like what specifically? Because you already said you disagree with the war.
Yeah, I disagree with the war, but not the taking out the nuclear stuff. Right?
Yeah, which was on the table for the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, but would they have done it? Like, I don't know.
I think that they would have prioritized negotiation before doing so. But again, it's on the table. So you already said it was on the table, but he didn't choose to do it. So like, yeah, it was on the table. It was a consideration, but it's not
the reason
something
he
that they
didn't
were
do
going to
it-
lead to as their first choice because negotiation is a preferable alternative.
If I remember correctly, the reason he didn't do it was because his term was almost over and he didn't want to like mess things up. Right? But I mean, I think he probably would have done it
No, I don't think that was the rationale there.
because their enriched uranium was like 60% already.
Was getting to around that point. This is all because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
Okay, but why do they have if the point is that they're not getting a nuclear bomb? Like, why do they have 60% when they only need 10?
Why do we need 60% when they only... Wait, I'm confused.
No, why do they have 60% enriched uranium when they only need 10 for civilian purposes?
Dude, obviously they're wanting to develop a nuclear weapon.
Also, so you admit that they did want a nuclear weapon? Because I see a lot of
Yeah.
people say that, oh, no, they just want civilian stuff, right?
Yeah, that would be
that's
at a lower level of enrichment of uranium, yeah. I'm confused. I thought we already established that in this conversation. The reason is because the JCPOA is to prevent that. The JCPOA did prevent that, and then Trump pulls out of it, and then obviously they're going to continue. Like, what else would you expect in that circumstance? Now, the question is whether or not they were building it up from the strike about a year ago, which is the case that they haven't. So you have to acknowledge that since Midnight Hammer, they haven't been building up their enrichment of uranium. So we weren't under an imminent nuclear threat, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, I don't think we were, but the thing is that if they do get it, then it's like they have all the leverage, right? once they
Well, it's
do
not that they
have,
have all the leverage. It's that they have enough leverage to establish more security for their own state on a global stage.
but then they become like North Korea, where it's like we can't do anything about them, right? Because
Well, I
they
mean,
already have.
yeah, I mean, you can do less. Yeah, I mean, which, by the way, some political scientists say actually would lead to more security within the region because they think that it would pacify Israel's aggression against Iran. But
I
the
mean, I don't think so. Just because they're so radical, like religious, it's kind of different from the secular
but
state
but
of.
but you have to understand how nukes work, though. Nukes are mutually assured destruction. And I think that their likely goal from it would be that I don't think that their goal would be to blow up Israel with a nuke because Israel also has nukes, at least from their
Well, I
determination,
mean,
probably.
if the if Hamas did what they did
Which, by
and
the
they
way,
used,
Israel needs to fucking register with the IAEA.
I mean, yeah, I think they should, but like, if Iran gets a nuke, Saudi Arabia said they'd also get a nuke, and if they get a nuke, then a bunch of other countries will get a nuke. So it's actually bad. It's not like I don't know why you said that it's
Well, I mean,
actually
I would prefer that
stabilizing.
Israel doesn't have nukes either.
I mean, yeah, I don't think they should have the nukes either, but like. You just said that if Iran gets a nuke, it's good because then it's like
No, I never said it was good. I said some political scientists have said it might lead to more security within the region in terms of war and conflict because of the fact that it will lead to more mutually assured destruction existing between Israel and Iran, which might
like
pacify the advances
nuclear.
from Israel against Iran.
It would create a nuclear arms race, and like
No, I'm just saying.
I don't know about
I
you,
don't
but
know
I
what you
don't
mean
want
by
a
nuclear arms race. I think there
race.
already is a nuclear arms race.
Yeah, but like not in the Middle East.
Well, yes, there is. Iran is looking for and trying to get a nuclear armament is a nuclear arms race.
But no, nuclear arms race is when a bunch of like I said, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, a bunch of other countries will rush to get a nuke because they also hate Iran, right? Like every country in the Middle East hates Iran, except for like I don't know Yemen, right? So it's not just about Israel and Iran; it's about every country.
I don't think it's a correct characterization, but the point wouldn't. I don't think that's true because I think that a lot of those states that you're referencing have more security concerns with their relations and normalization of relationships with the U.S. and Israel. So I actually I don't think that would be that much of an issue, at least from my understanding. But I'm not arguing for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I'm just clarifying. I'm just saying that like I think that some people try to brand it in a more of like a fear mongering way than should be granted.
I mean, yeah, I mean, again, I don't support Israel, but I mean, yeah, I just don't want them to have a nuclear
Then
bomb.
why are you fighting this war on behalf of Israel? Because that's what this war is fought for. You understand that, right?
I
This
mean,
isn't to pacify them from having nuclear weapons. This war is fought for Israel, right? Hundred
yeah, like I
percent.
said, I don't support this war.
Okay, why do you support Trump's foreign policy on the matter?
I
It
think that he
sounds
did a
like you
good
agree with the
job.
Democratic position now.
Actually, also, I agree with what he did in Venezuela, taking out Maduro. That was good. Do you think that was successful?
I don't think that it led to any better conditions. What better
It did.
conditions materially for the Venezuelan people have been better?
They've lifted sanctions. They allowed like they
So the
allowed like
U.S. just lifted sanctions.
well, yeah, without Maduro and with the new
So the U.S.
president,
could have
like
done that regardless.
no, because that means Maduro would have stayed in power, right? But now it's like
Yeah, but like,
what
how does that change? I'm asking what material benefit has been on the Venezuelan people.
I think they said they're gonna have like new elections in like the next few years, which
New elections in the next few years. We don't know when, but the
like
next few
I think
years,
it's 2 years, 1 or 2 years, I think.
1 or 2 years. Okay.
They said. I mean, it only happened like a few months ago. So
And is the U.S. going to oversee these elections, or because they claim?
probably, I
Because
mean, the director of
yeah, the
CIA
U.S.
was
is going
there.
to oversee these elections.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the guy of the CIA was literally like there in the Capitol. They met with the president. So I mean, I just don't see how like what leverage
So
Venezuela
nothing's going to
has.
change for 2 more years at least.
Well, no, actually, they're already lifting sanctions, like I said, right?
Okay, that's the
But they
U.S. though.
want
The U.S. could have lifted sanctions even without getting Maduro.
well, their economy. If you remember, their economy collapsed like without U.S. sanctions. It was mismanagement that led to their collapse, right? So it's not just U.S. sanctions.
Wait, no, but I don't think that you're not understanding that you're saying that conditions got better because we removed sanctions.
Well, I mean, after we took I think, yeah, I think it wasn't that we removed sanctions. I think it's that like we let like medical aid in and like some stuff in, and like we're exporting their oil now.
So we weren't letting it in prior.
Well, since like I think it was August of last year, we had like a blockade. But before that,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
they could.
Why would we ever be wanting to do that? I think that's just crazy. Preventing medical aid from going in?
Well, no, it wasn't. It was like that. Like U.S. companies couldn't like I'm not sure
Give
the
medical
specifics,
aid?
but yeah, like I'm not sure. It was like they could still get from other countries, but just not with us.
Yeah, that's. I think that's bad for us
It's
to.
like what we do in Cuba, right?
Yeah, I think that's bad to prevent the U.S. Or people from the U.S. from being able to sell medical products to like a disaster or humanitarian crisis. And
I
also
mean,
with
they
Cuba,
caused the
you
disaster.
understand
It
that.
was their socialist policies that caused it, right?
Then why are you making it worse? Why aren't you trying to increase the people's access there? If you believe that there's a humanitarian crisis, why are you making the humanitarian crisis worse? That makes zero fucking sense. And then you say that you care about the beneficial conditions for the people there? What are you talking about? You just advocated against that. This is called hypocrisy.
I mean, if you ask people from Venezuela, they're going to say Maduro is the problem, right?
Okay, but you have to understand that these things are multifaceted, and they wouldn't just say it's just Maduro. They would say it's the administration that exists there. They would say the U.S. sanctions. Those things obviously have an impact. And again, if you're making conditions worse, you're literally advocating for a policy to restrict medical services from going in. Well, obviously that's going to be harmful to the people there in a disaster or a humanitarian crisis, and it would be better off if you didn't do that. So why are you advocating for that if you want to create better conditions? You said your whole reason for wanting to get rid of Maduro was to create better conditions for Venezuelans. It seems like not.
Well, it's not just Venezuela; it's for the whole region, right? Like you don't
Okay,
want a bad
how?
country that's allied with Russia, trying to invade Guyana. Like you don't want that. Like why do we want that there? You know?
Okay, so you think that the U.S. should be the world police?
Yeah, well, not the word police, but we can be like a good influence. Like, do you think we should
Our
help
country
Ukraine?
isn't even stable, and you're trying to stabilize other countries?
Oh, wait, so we should cut off aid to Ukraine? Are you saying that? We should just
I think that
lift
we had an
the.
agreement to defend Ukraine. I'm not disputing you there, but
So we should lift the sanctions on
we
Russia.
don't have an agreement to act as the world police.
So you're saying if there's like I don't know a genocide going on, that we should just stand there and let them continue their genocide? Just an example.
Well,
Like if two countries are fighting each other, like
I do think that you're doing that as we speak.
what?
Yeah, there are genocides happening around the world right now. Are we
Are you talking about
militarily
Israel?
intervening to prevent these?
You mean like in Africa or?
I'm talking about like we can reference Sudan, the Congo. We can reference plenty of areas in which there is active genocide happening. And by the way, in these situations, we're not militarily intervening to prevent this.
I mean, I think we should.
Okay, so you think in all
Like
of
we
these
should help,
circumstances we should be militarily intervening to prevent this?
but
So,
I mean, we should help
okay,
them.
wait. Do you
We
think
shouldn't
we
like
should? Do you think we should
invade
be militarily fighting Israel?
against Israel.
Yeah, because they were committing a genocide in Gaza.
No, we can put sanctions on them. Why we need to go to war with them?
Okay, wait. So then you don't think that we need to go to war? So we shouldn't be doing war. We should just be doing sanctions.
Well, we should do like what we can do to help them. Like just how.
Like what?
Well,
I
depending.
thought you were saying we should be the world police before. Now you're saying we shouldn't be. You're
Well,
saying that it was
again,
wrong for
depends on the
people to specifically
situation.
sit there and say that we don't have the capacity to act like the world police to be there in all of these circumstances. That's not something that we can do, and that we should focus more domestically on building ourselves up economically speaking.
I mean, the Western Hemisphere is kind of. I think we should help the Western Hemisphere since it actually affects us through like immigration and stuff. So I mean, it kind of is our issue.
Okay, so what specifically do you want to do? Because I think that the U.S. intervention has caused, right, the fact that people need to come to our country because of our destabilization. So I genuinely don't fucking understand what you think we're doing on a world stage that's so beneficial. Like
I mean,
in
right now,
terms of military intervention.
I'm again. I don't support all of them. I don't support the most of the Middle East ones, but
Okay, it's
I think
mostly
that we
bad.
should
Push the
focus
galaxy.
on
So
our
if it's
hemisphere. I think we should take out the cartels in Mexico, for example, right?
okay, so you want war with the cartels in Mexico. You want like actually us to go to war.
Against the cartels. Like if they have a lab that's making drugs, we should blow it up, right? I mean, I don't know how you can be against that, right? Like, it's not an invasion or anything.
Do you think that there should be U.S. troops that go down?
If for like targeted raids, I guess,
So we should send U.S. Ground operations in.
like in coordination with Mexico, of course, right? But yeah, I think we should do more for our hemisphere.
Okay, why?
Well, why not? Like, why not? Like, we have like $1 trillion
Because
military budget. Why shouldn't we
that's the
focus
issue.
on our hemisphere?
That's the issue. Is that you
What?
want to spend? What happened to education? What happened to healthcare access? What happened to childcare? Why are you
Yeah,
so
we
hyper
should
obsessed?
spend it.
Why are you so hyper obsessed with war that you domestically ignore your country's needs?
I mean, even if we funded all of that, we still have.
Can you name
we
one
still have a large
policy that you
military.
advocate for to benefit the average American?
I agree with the Democrats' house policy.
Which one?
The one where it's like they give us like helping young people buy a house, I guess.
By doing what?
I think it was like, was it like a subsidy or something? I'm not sure.
Okay. So you don't even know what policy actually. This is what I mean. You've domestically ignored our country. You're so hyper obsessed with war that you don't even know what policies you agree with, bro.
Bro, I told you that I supported his foreign policy. I never told
I
you.
understand.
Like, why are you
you
forcing
so
me onto
hyper
this
obsessed
argument?
with what we're doing all around the world and not obsessed about what we're doing here to make this country better?
Because that's what I supported the Trump on, right? Like,
I
told you it was
understand,
foreign
but, like-
policy. You're forcing me to like debate something that I never even said.
I know, but
supported.
like the point that I'm making is that you just don't give a shit about it's what happened to America first. Like you don't give a shit domestically about our country, about building up our country. You don't even
America
look
first,
into
wait,
it.
so
All
are
you
you like
care
a
about is
nationalist
focusing
or
on. I think we should try to care about our country if that's what you consider nationalism. But I wouldn't be a nationalist under many definitions because that's at the detriment of other nations.
I mean, yeah, like I agree, but like again, I told you that I like the foreign policy, but I mean, yeah, if you're gonna like force me to debate on domestic, then I guess
Like you should know something domestically. Like you can have your positions on foreign policy. You can say mainly it's because of foreign policy, but I just asked you for a position you agree with domestically in terms of a policy.
But like the Trump administration, I mean, I don't even like them.
Then why are you arguing for him?
Because because it was like I supported the foreign. Like, am I not allowed to like support? I don't know, certain things.
I mean,
Like,
again,
not to support
you're
everything?
allowed to do that, but what I'm saying is that you're domestically ignoring the country, and it's really frustrating to the average person to hear someone that's so obsessed with us engaging militarily all around the world after we've done so for the past few decades, and it hasn't been to the benefit of our nation or to the benefit of these areas.
I mean,
We've just wasted trillions of dollars on this, dude. Trillions of dollars. I don't think you
millions of
understand,
what?
dude.
Like the military or like the war?
Yes, on the war on terror, on the military, and this
Yeah, I don't
constant
support.
use of
Yeah,
forever
and
war.
Democrats also were part of that, right?
You understand that Democrats are a part of that. I agree, but I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, so just how you can disagree with Democrats, I can disagree with like Trump's domestic policy, but
But you're
still
saying you
overall
agree with it, dude. You're literally saying
I
the
said the
reason
foreign
why
policy,
you
not the
support
domestic
Trump
policy.
is because of his policy with Iran. Even though he went to war with Iran, which I don't even understand. You don't agree with the war, but you agree with his policy on Iran, and it's like very like it's like just the sanctions. That's it.
No, it was regarding to the nuclear issue, right? Just
He
the
doesn't.
nuclear
He doesn't
issue.
prevent that to any greater extent. Like the JCPOA did better.
Well, no, but he weakened it.
The JCPOA had it weakened to a greater extent.
Wait, it didn't really stop them. It was just like an agreement that they weren't going to
Yeah,
do it, but they could
we
pull
had
out.
surveillance, unprecedented levels
They
of
could
surveillance
build
over
their-
their nuclear enrichment facilities. It kept them at a lower level of enrichment of uranium than what we have currently or what we had even prior. Right? Like you understand that it's not even fucking comparable. We were at 3.67% enrichment of uranium under that deal. Okay?
Okay, so let's say we had the JCPOA and they used all the money that they got from the relief and they spent it on their terrorist people around the world. Is like I don't know about you, but I'm not okay with that. Like, I don't want them to,
So
like,
what are
why
you
are
going
they
to do to
funding them?
prevent that? What do you want to do to prevent that?
Well,
You just
that's
said you
why I
want.
don't.
We're talking about pacifying their nuclear threat, right? What are you going to do to prevent that?
I mean, that's why I don't like the JCPOA because it doesn't prevent that, right?
So what are you going to do to prevent that? Is it through negotiation, or are you just going to go to war? What do you want?
Well, pressure, right?
What pressure?
Uh, Economic and maybe limited military pressure.
Okay, and how is that done?
Well, we force other countries to stop selling their oil, from
How's that
buying their
gone?
oil.
How's this going?
It worked under the
Is it
first Trump
working right now?
administration. Well, no, because Biden
No, it's not
lifted the
working.
sanctions. Biden lifted the sanctions, right?
Oh my God! And you say it was working under the first administration? No, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
it
When he pulled
was
out of the
because
JCPOA, that led to them enriching uranium to a greater extent.
yeah, but their economy collapsed. They had no money. Like, bro, they need money.
What do you mean they had no money? Yes, they did. What are you
They couldn't
talking
sell
about? They
their
had
oil.
no money.
Wait, how does he want to make money?
You understand? Wait, you say that their only GDP is specifically just through exports. They also have GDP from inside the country, right? They have billions of dollars, right, outside of what you're referencing. You have to understand that they're a large economy.
I mean, yeah, it's all oil. Like, not what, like 90% of it is all oil.
Can you give me a source for that?
I mean, I'd have to exit the app.
Okay, go ahead. In the meantime, while he tries to do that, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Carlton, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tyler, thank you so much for the $15. I tried to get in contact with him and he didn't even respond. Jules, thank you so much for the $3. Happy birthday, Jules. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Fossey, thank you so much for the $9. Thank you very much. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you. And Sonia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to take a look into that. Kim, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Ash, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Lou, thank you so much for the £5. Brandon, thank you for the $10. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True. As well as Fala, thank you so much for really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I actually haven't seen that one. I'll have to check that one out. Brandon, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Ellie, thank you for the good evening. Thank you very much. And then Ash, thank you so much again. Thank you for the $10.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so I found a source that said that like over 60% of their entire thing is basically oil.
You said 60%?
Yeah.
Oil exports or just oil?
Hold on, I think it's exports.
What percent of
they only
Iran's
export it, right?
GDP is oil exports? And then where are they exporting their oil?
I think it's
And
90% goes to China.
that's 57% of their total export earnings. So,
From exports?
yeah. Since oil is the largest export earner, major source of government's revenue, given the exports account for maybe 26% or, but also in the range of, okay, so wait, hold up. 10 to 15% of GDP when measured as a share of total GDP, depending on the year's economic conditions.
And I think 90% of, like, all of it goes to China too, by the way. And Trump was able to stop them from buying them.
Okay. But like you understand that most of their economy still functions. You claimed it was 90%. Do you understand that's a huge distinction?
Well, I mean, a few months ago, they had like these massive riots of the economy. So if like the economy is so good, then why are people rioting, right?
I never said the economy is so good. I just said that you made the claim it was 90%. Okay. You said how are they going to continue their economic operations? Well, they're still able to continue.
I mean, yeah, but if he takes like 60% of how they make money, then how long can they last? You know?
Okay. Did you know that they had more exports in 2018 than they had under the Biden administration through its entirety? Through 17 and 18, they had more than under the Trump administration, or under the Biden administration.
Was that before we put the maximum pressure on, or
You're
not?
so you'd say before the sanctions? It's a
Well, I mean, I think we already had sanctions, but they put more sanctions.
Yeah, I'd have to see specifically. They still maintained exports. They just limited imports after 2018. Exports for natural gas pipelines, for example, increased even after the sanctions.
What year was it? 2018?
What's up?
Was it 2018? You said?
Yeah. And I'm looking at the Energy Information Administration, by the way. But yeah, so I mean, the point is still true. So like, it's not 100% or 90 or not. Sorry, not 100%. 90% of their entire economic GDP or productivity or production. I mean, so then I just don't understand how you're going to say like what Trump is doing is going to prevent this.
Prevent like from getting a nuke or from staying in power.
Say it again.
Do you mean by like preventing them from getting a nuke, or?
What?
Sorry, can you say like what you said before again?
What did you hear?
Well, no, I heard like something about like how's Trump gonna prevent them. Not sure what you meant.
Yeah, I mean, the broader point that we're making is that I guess Trump's not getting negotiations done. He's not getting political concessions from Iran. 90% of GDP, like what you said, is not coming from the oil, so you're not completely getting rid of their capacities within their economy. Their economy is still able to function. And they're getting subsidized in terms of their refined oil losses from Russia. So I just... The point that I'm making is that I don't see what Trump's doing better.
I mean, yeah, I mean, with the military, like I don't agree with the intervention, but I just think that we should have the sanctions on.
Okay. Do
It's
we have
like
the sanctions
how long
right
can they
now?
last though? Because like you say
Do,
that
do
the
we have
economy's
the,
still
do we have the sanctions right now?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't think so? So then
Well, no,
we're under
yeah,
Trump.
no, we do.
We do?
'Cause I remember he put the maximum.
So how long do we
pressure.
need the sanctions in place for it to work?
Well, I mean, I guess like if we wait a year, like let's say a year from now, do you think that their economy will be worse or better?
If we're still at war, obviously it'll be worse, but so will ours.
Well, not a war, but like just with the sanctions, right? Like the sanctions we have right now.
Sure, it could be, but like I don't think that incapacitates them.
Well, the point's not to like destroy them; it's to like weaken them, like
Okay, but like, what is the goal of that?
to make it so they can, like the people from within can take over the government, right?
Okay, so regime change. Do you have any evidence that that's going to happen?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know if it's regime. I think it would be more like a Venezuela situation where they have a new leader that's still
That didn't
part of
happen in
the-
Venezuela. So make up your mind. You
Well,
don't even
yeah, it
you
did.
don't even know what you're getting out of this. You don't know yourself.
What-
So why do you
what
support
do you
this
mean?
if you don't even know what you want out of it?
What do you mean it didn't work in Venezuela? Their new leader, like they gave us everything.
They have the
gave
same
us
regime.
gold,
They have the same regime in office.
yeah, but they stopped giving oil to Cuba. Now Cuba's gonna collapse. So they're doing everything we want.
So
them
that
to do,
hurts
right?
that hurts the civilians within those countries.
Well, it hurts the government hurts the civilians, right? This hurts the government.
This hurts the civilians mostly, by the way.
I mean, Venezuela was giving oil for free to Cuba, so they're not making any money
Yeah.
from that either way.
It for free.
Yeah, they gave oil. They gave Cuba free oil, and then you know what Cuba did? They resold that oil, so they made money, and their people
And thank
they
you so
don't
much for
care
pushing
about
this
that,
shiny
right?
airplane. I don't think it was free.
Yeah, I think it was free.
Okay. Well, do you have a
Pretty
source?
sure it was free. I mean, I have to look, but they gave aid to Cuba. I know they
Okay.
did, or it was either not free but very like discounted. But yeah, and then
Okay.
Cuba, they resold the oil. So like the people of Cuba don't even get that because the government just makes money from the oil they're getting. So I mean,
Is there
you're
anything
saying
Trump
that-
could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah.
Like,
Let's say if he went for full military regime change in Iran, then yeah.
isn't that literally what you want? Is regime change?
Well, but like I mean, like an invasion, like
You
Iraq.
mean ground troops?
Yeah, yeah. If you put ground troops in, I would not support him.
Okay. So, ground troops is too much. So if he does do that, you'd stop supporting him right away.
Yeah. Like if it's like a prolonged, like we're gonna be in this for
Oh,
like.
now it's pro. Okay, so do you see how you're adding all
Well,
these addendums to it?
it
Is there
depends
anything he
honestly.
could have done already that would
Because
get you to
like
stop supporting him?
he technically he put troops on the ground in Venezuela, but you wouldn't consider that like boots on the ground war. Like it was just like one time. So I mean that's what I guess.
But like, do you see how you apply all these extra conditions? So is there anything he could have done already that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, there are already things that he did that I don't like, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but like anything that would get you to stop supporting him.
Let's say if he continued to like do insider trading like he's been doing, then I guess like I don't like that at all.
If he continued, so if he made a bunch of money from the position of the presidency,
Yeah, like if he let's say he
what about like if he tripled his net worth? Almost.
by doing that,
Yeah, by like almost tripling his net worth within like 2 years.
yeah, it depends on what he does.
Depends
Also
on
if
what he
like
does. Okay, so you know he
if
did
he
do
lets
that,
like
right? He
big
literally
tech,
did do that, and including within
what?
that, he dropped a meme coin and rug pulled it.
Are you talking about like the Melania coin or something?
No, the Trump coin. Did you buy some?
Oh, when was that?
And this was last year or so.
Was that like before he was inaugurated or something?
Nope, this is when he was in office.
Oh, well, how much money did he make from that?
I think he made nearly $1 billion from that.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't really like that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not like a full Trump. Like again, I don't know who I'm gonna vote for in November. But I mean, yeah, I think that his foreign policy was better than the Democrats.
Okay. All right. You know,
Yeah,
I just.
maybe I have to do like more research about it.
All right. I'm done with this conversation. Anything else you want to say before I kick you?
No, that's it.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, yes. So my name is Zay. I'm 24 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So specifically speaking, similar to him, but in different areas, I support his immigration. At least his the way he's been acting in terms of the immigration policy, as well as the Second Amendment.
Okay. What about immigration? And I would say that he's tried to undermine our Second Amendment, so we can talk about that, I guess.
I guess we'll address that a little bit later. So immigration, right? So one of the biggest things that the left has tried to done has tried to argue against is regards to the Alex Preddy and the Renee Good situation. As you know, and I know, the original argument was that Renee Good and Alex Preddy were simply apparently enacting their First Amendment right of recording said law enforcement, but they were both found to be obstructing and as well as committing other crimes that ended up leading to their deaths.
Oh, okay. So like in the videos that they were killed, or are you saying it in prior
Yes, in the
circumstances?
specific videos.
Okay. So
Well, go ahead.
how is Renee Good obstructing?
So Renee Good, according to two different lawyers, specifically regarding Nate the lawyer.
So not by a court process, just by lawyers.
Well, the thing is that this never goes to court because I mean they were already killed, so the case was closed. You and I both know this, right?
Sure, but
So,
like you just said they were found of doing this. I was like, by who?
well, according to I forget the exact three-letter word agency, Homeland Security. So I mean Homeland Agency.
Yeah, which also the leader of that, Christy Nome, said that they were domestic terrorists trying to maximize and inflict maximum harm which was not true. All of those things were deemed to be lies, right? Like, so I just don't know if that's a legitimate good source.
Well, even if you don't want to use, even if you don't want to use Homeland, right? You could look at all these other criminal defense attorneys, and and most of the time, of them, what Legal Eagle have stated that, according to the video, you could argue that Renee Good was obstructing law enforcement that day and impeding ICE operations.
Okay, so how were they obstructing?
So according to
Actually, like,
the
for example, let's start with
statement,
Alex Preddy. How is Alex Preddy obstructing?
oh, okay, so we're moving on to Alex Preddy. Okay, so
Yeah.
in regards to Alex Preddy, according to the statement, right? You can see on both video and according to the statement that he was attempting to move the detainee and attempting to come on scene in order to protest the operation that was taking place that day in regards to the detainee. ICE agents attempted to remove him several times. He of course continued to come back on scene, and then you could see him in the video, where we see during said deadly force incident, where he tries to move the detainee. So then so obviously ICE agents go to apprehend him and detain him, and as you see in the video, he seems to be passively resisting law enforcement. And then they remove the firearm off his hip, and then obviously within that 2 seconds, he seemed to reach for his he reached in that direction. Hence why they went for deadly force.
You
No,
just
this-
live
hold
in
on,
a
hold on,
different
hold on. This is
reality,
recorded-
bro. You live in
No,
a
this
straight up
is
different
recorded-
reality. He reached for a gun. No, he didn't. He didn't reach for jack
No, he
shit.
reached in the
So
direction
let
where
me
his
please
gun
finish.
was.
I let you speak and yap that bullshit. Let me please speak, okay?
Yeah, go ahead,
He
sir.
did not reach for jack shit. There's absolutely no evidence that he reached for any weapon. He was literally fucking disarmed prior to being shot. He didn't reach for shit. There's nowhere in the video. He was pinned on the ground with people on top of him. And by the way, when was she detained?
Are we talking about the detainee, or are we talking about Alex Preddy?
When he stood in between the ICE agent and the woman that was being pushed, when was she detained?
So obviously, as you can see, ICE agents were conducting said investigation, right? And so she was not free to leave in that moment, right? And while trying to argue said,
Wait, so when was there an indication that she was detained? Where did you get this information from? The video, or did you get it from the agents themselves?
no, obviously I didn't get this from the agents. It's not like I was there in Minnesota. Let's be real. Let's clarify that, right? And as a third party, I'm not going to have all that information, right? But after looking at all these criminal defense attorneys, and granted, yes, I use YouTube. We'll be real. I use these said sources off YouTube in regards to Nate the lawyer, in regards to other in regards to other criminal defense attorneys that reviewed the video, and you can see in said moment, Alex Preddy was attempting to administer aid as well as move said detainee.
She was not
alleged
detained.
detainee. Okay, we'll just say alleged detainee then.
By alleged by some random YouTube lawyer.
Well, these YouTube lawyers have shown that they have shown their credentials and have also.
Wait, you understand there are credentialed lawyers that disagree with them?
What, Legal Eagle, and that's it?
Wait, you want me to give you a list of lawyers that disagree?
Yeah, please do.
I got you. Give me one quick second.
Please do. Yes, if I'm wrong, I would love to be shown that.
Here we go. I got you.
Cool.
One quick second.
Take your time,
Matt!
sir.
I got to do the Matt call. You know, like the bat call? Like Batman?
No, sir.
You don't know the bat call?
No, sir.
You don't know what Batman is?
No. Well, I know the hero Batman, but I don't know what
You're trolling, right?
No, I'm being genuine. I know the hero, but I do not know what you're referring to.
You don't know what the bat
Oh, okay.
call is for Batman?
The back signal, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, the bat signal.
Okay, well, I don't know about no bat call, but the bat
It's
signal where they
okay.
post
I'm
a stupid
sorry.
light,
I'm
yes.
sorry. You're gonna call and signal. I'm sorry. There's much of a distinction between that. The mat signal. You want me to do that?
That would be more specific, yes, please.
Okay. The mat signal. I've sent it. Okay. Well, he needs a second. Give him a second. And I'll give you a whole list of lawyers that disagree because I'm not specific on the lawyers myself.
So you don't know. So do you know the charge of obstruction of justice is, right?
What's up?
Do you know the definition of obstruction of justice according to both federal and local?
No, but I could give you one right now. I do have one right here right now. It's lawyers committee condemns killing of Alex Jeffrey Preddy and demands accountability in Minneapolis. This is from lawyerscommittee.org.
Lawyerscommittee.org.
Yep.
A lawyers committee for civil rights under a law.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
That's an entire committee of lawyers. So I guess the point there is that like any lawyer that you would cite, you could cite someone from the other side. So I just I don't see it as a valid. What's the argument? Like what did he specifically do?
So I guess we'll get deeper into it. So do you know the definition of obstruction of justice?
You give me a definition and I'll see if I agree or not.
So do you know what the legal definition of obstruction of justice is?
Not off the top of my head. I can find it if you'd like.
I would love for you to pull that up on your end.
Gotcha.
At least according to, yeah.
Okay. The legal definition. Let me get it for you. I'm going to Cornell right now. Obstruction of justice broadly refers to actions by individuals that illegally prevent or influence the outcome of a government proceeding. While the quintessential example of obstruction of justice involves tampering in a judicial proceeding, there are numerous laws of obstruction of justice covering all branches. Okay, so let's just go to an extra. So yeah, refers to actions by individuals that that illegally prevent or influence the outcome of a government proceeding. Which it doesn't seem like happened. And it seems like the Trump administration's actually done that.
Oh, and and maybe in other circumstances you would probably be correct. I wouldn't know. I will say this, in terms of foreign policy, all that other bullshit, I am very ill-informed. So trying to make an argument regarding that would be stupid of me to do so. We'll just make that clear. But in regards to how obstruction of justice is, right, at least when used with local PD or federal or with special agents in the field, right, it is the physical act of impeding said investigation.
So
that is how.
So by the way, your justification for lethal force is obstruction of justice?
No, obviously that is not enough. That is not enough to
what
go
are,
to.
What are the legal grounds for use of lethal force?
So for the use of deadly force / lethal force, whatever you want to call it, right, is when that the officer is reasonably in fear for his life, at least according to the Supreme Court, according to Scottus. The officer within said, I think it's like 2 seconds, according to prior case law, that in that moment he has to be in fear of his life and be able to reasonably say that his safety of either himself or the citizens or the officers around him were at risk.
Okay, so yeah, it would just be reasonable, imminent risk of serious bodily harm or death in the scenario.
Exactly.
Okay, so like if that's the scenario, so then what was present in the scenario with Alex Preddy that then meets that standard?
So the argument that can be made, at least according to all these criminal defense attorneys that reviewed the footage, Alex Preddy reaches in the direction of his upset holster even though we all know that the firearm was seized by the federal agent within
So
like
he's reaching
five,
for a non-existent gun.
which
So
you
the
would be.
justification for the reasonable imminent risk of serious bodily harm or death is that he's reaching for a non-existent gun.
Well, I'm about to get to that, but you just interrupted me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so again, just to clarify, you would be correct. ICE officers within that 5 seconds did seize said firearm out of his holster while he was passively resisting during said
Passively
interaction.
resisting. Can you explain that to me? What does passively
So-
resisting mean?
So there's two forms of resisting arrest, right? There's resisting arrest with force, and that would be actively fighting with law enforcement by attempting to flee, by attempting to punch, etc. That's mostly states. That's mostly state statutes and local ordinances. And then there's passive resisting, which you could still be charged for that. However, that's more or less of you're using force to try not to go in handcuffs, but you're not striking the officers. You're not attempting to run. You're just again, you are just being basically it's a passive way of being tense and not wanting to go in handcuffs and still trying to fight with law enforcement during said
So
interaction.
just general response, human response to being put in handcuffs.
Oh yeah, which you would be correct. Yeah,
That's not resisting. So
that's
passively
that's they
resisting is
classify
not a thing.
it. That's how they classify it.
Like I just,
in both states.
I mean, I've never heard this term before. Is this like a legal term?
Yeah, this is a legal term.
Really? Let's take a look.
According to Arizona legislator, nonviolent physical acts or failures to act intentionally hinder,
No,
delay,
that's
or
under
beyond
resisting arrest.
Now, it is under resisting arrest.
Yeah,
but again, it's
if you look
nonviolent.
up passively resisting, what you
Yeah.
clicked on was resisting arrest, not passively resisting.
No, that's passive. At least according to
Oh
Arizona
wait,
law. And this
here we
is
go.
usually
Here we go. It does give a definition underneath it after saying resisting arrest. Hold it, give me a second.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Wait, it doesn't even show up on the. Okay,
This is usually
it doesn't
usually
show
a
up on the
state
thing.
charge.
For the purpose of this section, passive resistance means a nonviolent physical act or failure to act that is intended to impede, hinder, or delay the effecting of an arrest.
Yes.
Not. Okay. But that's passive resistance. Okay, that's an interesting thing.
Now, I mean that you could.
It doesn't seem like it's illegal. It just seems like they're using the term to clarify something.
You could use it. You could argue that it's a bullshit charge because
Because
again,
when you
as
look
you
up
just
the
said,
Cambridge definition, it says the act of showing in a peaceful way that you oppose something rather than using violence. So like,
no, you could no in your argument earlier, as you just said earlier, like the human body as well as the instinct, right? You're obviously going to tense up if an officer is going to put you in handcuffs, right?
okay, so
So your argument earlier saying
wait,
that
let me just be
it's a
clear with your
human-
argument. Let me just be clear with your argument. So,
Go ahead,
to be clear, so the justification for lethal force was that he's passively resisting, meaning he's just
I'm
on
gonna-
the ground and he's not being arrested right away. Like he's
No.
well. So what movement did he make?
Do you want me to get to the core of the argument? Or do you want me to explain?
Run through your whole argument because apparently we haven't heard your whole argument yet. So let's hear
Okay,
your
so-
whole argument. I'll write it all down and then I'll respond to it.
Okay, understood. So, again, regarding the Alex Preddy situation, law enforcement at the scene claims that he was obstructing the investigation by physically inserting himself in said investigation by attempting to remove the alleged detainee and provide first aid, at least according to multiple witnesses and according to Homeland, right? And then obviously ICE goes to detain Alex Preddy for the obstruction of justice after attempting to remove him from the scene several times during that incident. He passively resists. Obviously, this isn't probable cause to resort to deadly force, but we'll get to that. And so you already have obstruction of justice. You already have passive resisting. which you could argue. And then ICE agent sees the firearm, and during that tense moment, he reaches in the direction of where his firearm was, hence why agents resorted to deadly force.
So they were ultimately wrong in shooting him because he wasn't reaching for a gun.
He was reaching in the direction of where his gun was.
But there was no gun. So a reasonable officer would not think that they were under imminent risk of serious bodily harm or death because they were disarmed. He was reaching for a gun that didn't exist.
So how would the officer know during those circumstances? How would the other officers, besides the one who sees said firearm, know that he didn't have any other additional weapons on him?
So the person saying gun that got the gun, there was specifically no gun that was identified. You have to identify a gun, right, that they would be reaching towards, right, or grabbing at in order to be able to say that you would be justified in shooting. Plus, there is literally nowhere in the video where he reaches where his gun was. Show me where in the video where he reached for where his gun was. I would love to see it.
I would like you to look up, at least from one of the sources that I have. I would like you to look up this guy named Nate the Lawyer.
On YouTube, I'm assuming.
Yes, on YouTube. Please do. Now to clarify, Mr. Parker, I understand that I can see the smile on your face. I understand that you're probably like, oh yeah, this guy's fucking retarded, and that's fair enough.
Don't use that. I have to kick you now too because it's TikTok TOS as well. So I'm gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, arriba van 3 años. Pues no, la bicha esa está...
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. So, by the way, just want to clarify, no point where he reached for the gun. That was ridiculous to say. And the Nate the Lawyer guy is a MAGA conservative guy who's crazy. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Say if in 10 minutes or so I don't get a flag, I can maybe bring you back up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Go cut, then I'll come back and then get the fuck out of here. Yeah, because you know.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
Hello?
Come here.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Diane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Emily, thank you so much for the $1. Oh, yeah, those are so crazy. Those are so crazy. Sean, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much on PayPal. James, thank you for the $13. Thank you very much. And Harold, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's just his name, then 24J. I think I am fully caught up there. Let's try to get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Thank you for the glowing jellyfish, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, sorry.
You're good. Connie, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Do you support Trump?
I'm Puerto Rican. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I voted for Donald J. Trump.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump. Definitely
Okay.
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's a real American. You feel me? He's a real American, and he wants what's right for Americans.
Okay. What makes you think that he's a quote unquote real American?
He is. He does everything for Americans, man. He wants us. He wants us to see. He want to see us win, man. He want to see us thrive. You feel me? But when you have the liberals, the leftists, the extreme leftists attacking him while he's trying to save them, it's crazy. That's blasphemy.
That's blasphemy?
Yeah, that's blasphemy.
Can you
man.
tell me what blasphemy is?
Yeah, it's just like it's crazy, man. That's like why is he getting attacked by the left when he's trying to help the left?
Can
feel
you
me?
tell me what blasphemy is?
Yeah, I just told you how I use it. I'm like, that's blasphemy.
Trump
I'm
getting
like, yo, that's
attacked by the
crazy.
left equal blasphemy?
Yeah, that's
Well, then I love
that's how
committing
severe
I
it is.
love committing that type of blasphemy. You know Trump himself did commit blasphemy though. Like he literally represented himself as God.
I mean, to me, to be honest with you, I feel like he was God sent, man. You feel me? That bullet missed his ear.
Okay,
By
so then do you think
centimeters,
that
man.
so then why didn't God move the bullet into the ground instead of killing a firefighter with it?
It, 'cause that's how the bullets go. I mean, you can't. You feel me?
No way they're serious. Let's just go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Parker.
You're out of timeout.
Hey, I apologize. I didn't know that apparently was against the terms of service. I apologize.
Yeah. So, as well as the person you gave is apparently like a super MAGA lawyer. So, of
What
course.
about Mr. Tom Greaves?
And who's that? Is that supposed to be another person?
Another criminal defense attorney.
Another YouTube account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tom Graves?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I looked them up and nothing comes up.
So I want you to look up obviously capital name. So it's capital Tom, Grieve as in Grieve. That's his last name.
Okay, I looked up Tom Greaves, Alex Preddy. Nothing comes up.
It should say gun lawyer breaks down Alex Preddy. It should say the title of the video: gun lawyer breaks down Alex Preddy shooting in Minnesota.
Okay, I
That's
see.
yeah.
Okay, is this another MAGA lawyer? Okay, what part of the video should I go to that is going to demonstrate your point?
I couldn't exactly give you a time. Couldn't give you a timestamp.
Okay.
I would say about maybe zero. I would say 0905. Maybe that would probably be a good place to start.
905?
Yes, sir.
He just goes over contagious gunfire, shooting in response to other officers' fire.
Now, before you play the video, can we finish our prior conversation?
It's a really long video. Yeah, we can try to. Just can you tell me what point in the video where he reaches for the gun, or where you can see that he reaches for the gun? Because does he say that at any point in the video? Because I don't think he does. I'm scrolling through the video. I don't see any point where he's saying that he reached for the gun.
So he reaches into the direction of where his gun was at before
Where?
ICE agent seized it.
Where?
At least in both Nate the lawyer's video as well as Mr. Tom Greaves' video.
But like, I mean, I would love to. I can give you time to go find that, but like, genuinely, I don't see it at all.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to find you the exact timestamp, but unfortunately,
I can give you time to find it.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for having a conversation with me and willing to have said conversation.
Of course. Casey, thank you for the $3. I'm probably leaning towards Steyer, but it depends on who has the best polling. Because only the top two go. That's what I'm leaning towards right now. But yeah, give it a second. Everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Everybody, as always.
I would also like you for another source, and maybe this would be a little bit less of a bias because I will say Tom and Nate may be more right than you would like. So try attorneys on retainer.
Attorneys on retainer. I've been left to look
Yes.
up a third YouTube account.
It's a third YouTube account, but they
dude.
support something.
Okay, what is it? What is their name?
Attorneys on retainer. That's the channel name. And the reason why I suggested that account, because I know you said that Nate's lawyer was more MAGA source and more conservative.
Yeah, and does attorneys on retainer say that Alex Preddy reached for his gun?
It's a whole hour video, but they do get into the details of all of that, including
Are they a gun rights group?
Yes, they support. They defend individuals who are involved in self-defense incidents involving firearms.
Okay. I guess like where does it say that he was reaching for the gun?
Let me pull that timestamp up for you exactly, sir. I'd like to actually argue that and not look stupid here.
Yeah. Have you watched the video yourself?
So to clarify, I have watched both attorneys on retainer as well as Nate the lawyer.
No, I'm not asking like some propaganda video you've watched. I'm asking, did you watch the straight up video yourself?
Those are only two channels that I went to in regards to the video that they were able to source for the body cam.
Okay. So you haven't seen any of these videos yourself?
I haven't seen. I've seen a few other videos in regards to witnesses recording.
Okay, let me just tell you, I've seen these videos myself. There's no point in the video that I see him reaching for a gun, or reaching for his holster. In any of those circumstances, right, you cannot say that there's justification of an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. Okay, you just can't do that. That makes zero sense. He didn't have a gun. He was disarmed. He was reaching for nothing in this scenario, even if there was something he was reaching for, right? There's literally nothing. Like you have, even if he was reaching, which by the way, there's no evidence in the video he was reaching. I've seen in the video a million times. There was no reach. And the idea that you would try to use that as justification to shoot him in the back is crazy. Dude, this has been out for months at this point.
Well, and to clarify, Parker, right? It's like, and to clarify, Parker, in order for deadly force to be justified in most situations, there needs to be the three death flags: intent, distance, as well as ability, right? Those are the three death flags that you're trained at the academy to do so in order to classify a deadly force incident.
Yeah, I gave the conditions. Okay, the conditions were a reasonable officer would see that there's an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. There is no imminent risk. You cannot point to it. There is no imminent risk. There was no reach. You can look at the videos that have come out. There is straight up no evidence of that at all.
And see, I would have to disagree. Yes, as there is no, even though you are correct that there is no ability, because they did seize the firearm within the 5 seconds prior to the shooting. You could still argue that he was within reasonable distance and that there was intent on harming said law enforcement agents because he was interfering with government operations.
Him being in that scenario is not an intent to harm anyone. You said he was passively resisting, which is not harming people. There's no intent that you can establish that he was trying to harm people, and even so, there is absolutely no evidence that he was harming someone in an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in this scenario. Dude, you're literally saying it was justified that he died. Okay? That's what you're saying. So realize what you're saying when you're saying it. He was shot in the back. He had no gun. He was disarmed. He literally had no imminent threat that he was posing to any of the officers or any person. You are inventing the idea that there was an imminent threat.
No, I'm saying this is the argument according to Homeland Security, according to Homeland and according to ICE.
Yeah, because they're fucking insane.
So So the agencies for both Homeland as well as
Yeah,
ICE
they are actually
are
fucking
insane.
insane. Yes. If you think
That's
that's a
the argument.
justification to shoot someone in the back with multiple officers on top of them, then you are insane as fuck. I'm sorry. You can't just look at that and be like, "Oh yeah, that's totally okay for law enforcement officers to be able to do for the future." You'd look at that video. If that was your kid, and you'd be okay with that.
If that was my kid,
That was your kid, you'd be okay with that. That was your brother, you'd be
Would-
okay with that. That was someone you knew, you'd be okay with that.
my family wouldn't be involved in that situation to begin with, though.
What you act like there's no one in your family that could possibly be protesting the government.
They wouldn't.
No one in your family would protest the government?
Hell no.
Are you serious? No one you care about in your life, you've ever met, would protest the government?
There's a lot of bullshit we can get into, but that's besides the point.
I'm just asking you, is there anyone you know that you've ever met in your life that you care about that would protest the government?
No.
That's just, you guys are sheep then. What the fuck? What do you mean don't know a single person that's ever protested the government? What?
I could
Did
go
you
into
did
a
you
whole
protest
thing about
Biden
that.
being in office at all?
Did I protest Biden? No.
Okay, so do you care about your country?
Unfortunately, I didn't have time to deal with that bullshit. I had other prior matters to attend to.
Okay. Alrighty. But no one in your entire family?
You'd be surprised. No, unfortunately not, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, so no one you care about would be affected by this, but you're just okay if it affects people that you don't know.
Well, to clarify, right? If I'm wrong, I would.
Your kid. This could be your kid. Let's say your kid did that.
Let's say my kid did that.
Yeah. Let's say your kid was in the same situation as Alex Preddy. Would you think it's justified that he was shot?
Well, so I mean, to clarify again, there was no, even though you could argue intent and you can argue distance. You can't argue the ability because the firearm was seized. You would be correct in that. There was no there in terms of the 3 death flags. There was no all 3 death flags that were met. You are correct, right?
So not self-defense.
At least in terms of deadly force, trying to argue that would be really hard.
Oh, that's what happened in the scenario. There was deadly force, so you can't argue it. You just said it's not. You
Well,
just said it is murder.
No,
then.
it's arguable.
You've now
because-
conceded that it was murder.
No. To clarify, Mr. Parker, is lawfully, according to Scottus, and the reason why that officer wasn't charged was because they found it reasonable that he acted in a lawful manner. Now, I will say this, Mr. Parker. I will say that if my child was involved in said situation, and I hate to be biased about this, but you are correct, unfortunately, I would still probably act in an irrational manner, even if law enforcement was in the right.
So you think law enforcement was not in the right?
I do think that legally speaking, they are in the right.
Okay, and you think it's because SCOTUS continued the moment of threat doctrine?
Yes.
You know that they rejected that last year, right?
Was this prior to the Alex Preddy case?
Literally, it was.
Can you cite the
moment of
exact
threat
case law?
doctrine was literally rejected last year.
Can you cite the exact case? The exact case.
Yep,
Please do. All right, because if you're right, then I'll happily concede.
I got you.
Yes, please.
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing? Yeah, Barnes v. Felix. It was last year. It was unanimous, 9-0, all justices. They rejected the moment of threat doctrine, and they said that you got to have a totality of circumstance.
Matt, you're talking a little too fast for me. I apologize. Can you please
Okay.
specify the
Galaxy.
exact case?
Yeah, I can put it down.
Matt,
Barnes v. Felix.
I sent out the Matt signal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Barnes v. Felix.
Mr. Parker was talking over you. What did you say exactly? Which case?
Barnes v. Felix.
Barnes v. Felix.
Yeah.
015-2025, right?
Yeah.
And that whole argument.
Yeah, they explicitly reject the moment of threat doctrine 9-0, and they are now in favor of a totality of the
The
circumstance
totality of
doctrine.
totality of circumstance.
Yeah. Which you're
Well,
not arguing, by the way. You're arguing about the moment of threat.
No. You're correct. No. Yep. Totality of circumstances. Motherfucker. I look stupid.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, Matt. You don't even need to clarify on this. I'm looking really silly now that I look at this case law.
Well,
Hey, at least you say it. You know what I mean? At least you acknowledge it. That's a good thing.
I mean, I'm not gonna hold you to account on that. So I mean.
No. I do like to say I like to argue that I am open to being wrong. This just hurts. So this is a really hard pill to swallow, considering if this is prior to the ICE operation, and now I'm going to look really silly in front of all these people.
Matt Signal OP.
And now Mr. Parker here, he has a big smile on his face. You can see, because he knows he's like, yeah, I caught him.
Well,
no, it's not that we caught you. I'm actually happy that you're like acknowledging it, and like that's it's actually like it's really uncommon that I get someone coming on the stream that's gonna do that. I'm kind of smiling because of that. Just want to be real, to be honest.
Well, no, I want to make sure that if I'm going to make an argument, and let's say you have a better argument that disproves what I said, I would like to admit that I am wrong. I don't want to sit there and be an idiot.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, and I'm glad that you do that. So you would agree with us that Alex Preddy was murdered?
I mean, after this case law, I don't have a leg to stand on.
Okay, so would you say the same thing for Renee Good?
For Miss Renee Good, and so this is my problem, Mr. Parker, regarding said incident, right? In the video that they show, and granted, the video I watched was off YouTube. I will be real, right? I don't go to mainstream media for my sources anymore. In the video, it shows that she strikes said ICE agent, and then he discharges his firearm, which results in her death, right? And the reason why I agree with said deadly force is I was in a deadly force situation that was a similar case. It was a domestic violence though, and I had to discharge my firearm, and that person, thank God, he didn't die. He ended up driving himself to Presbyterian Hospital. But my point is that to argue that officer wasn't within his rights to use his firearm.
Wait, so are you a cop?
No. To clarify, I work in the security industry.
Okay. And you're saying that you needed to. So he drove himself after shot.
So. Okay, so in that video regarding Renee Good, and the ICE agent that was struck by the vehicle, as you could see in one of the videos,
I honestly don't think he was, and even so, I think that he planted his feet and reached for his weapon prior to her even moving forward. So he planted himself in that position and then tried to use it as justification for lethal force, which I don't even think in that circumstance that he was at a serious risk of imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in this scenario.
You could still argue that is battery, and it's a felony battery with a deadly weapon, because a vehicle can be used as a deadly weapon. They teach you this both.
Yeah, but you understand that she was turning away from the agent, right? And also, like, again, he decided to plant his feet in that position in which he would then require it when he could have got out of the way. The car was going 1 to 4 miles per hour. There's no way that he couldn't have got out of the way in the scenario. Like, obviously, any reasonable person could have stepped 1 step backwards.
So your argument is in that scenario, right? Is that hypothetically, he could have gotten himself out in that situation, as
No,
you
if he
just
just
said.
literally
Right?
did one step backwards, he would have not been anywhere near.
These situations occur within 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
And you
Less
should
than
be able to make that determination in that many seconds if you're on duty and you're putting yourself in that situation. He shouldn't have been putting himself in the line of where the car could go.
I would disagree.
Why do you think
because
the
it
other
takes-
agents are on the side of the vehicle?
The agents that you see, at least in the video, they're all on the driver's side. At least
Yeah, they're on the
video
side of the vehicle, right? So
And the
like
agent wasn't
you're not supposed to go in front of where the vehicle can go. That's not a smart
Hey,
thing to
Parker, can I
do.
make a point, Parker?
Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say, not to bring it back to Barnes v. Felix, but we can actually tie Barnes v. Felix into here too, because it can be argued that this officer put himself in jeopardy by violating policy by getting in front of the vehicle, and SCOTUS actually ruled that the totality of the circumstance has no time limit, and therefore you can actually bring that into account, and that can actually lean in favor of it actually not being overall justifiable, because SCOTUS said that there's no time limit, so you can look as far back and as far forward as you want.
I mean, okay, and then with that kind of argument, Mr. Matt, then that means even local agencies, both here in New Mexico as well as across other countries, as well as across other states, right? They would also be within violation of that too, because there are several officers, even at the local level,
Barnes v.
that
Felix
have.
changed the entire landscape. Yes.
Yeah, so like, I mean, obviously they wouldn't have to worry about charges after the fact. I mean, afterwards, but I mean, talking about like beforehand with these instances that they've been involved in, being hit by a car, including myself, right? Like, I still don't see how the Renee Good incident was. Oh yeah, she was trying to drive away from officers, and you're making the argument that she's trying to drive away from officers, even though she's accelerating.
She was clearly driving away in this scenario. I'm sorry, like you cannot look at that video and think that she was trying to run the officer over. If she was trying to do that, why didn't she go straight? Why would she turn?
Not according to the video I watched. Maybe
No, answer the question. Why did she turn if she was trying to run over the agent?
Not according to the video I watched, and I might be wrong.
So she didn't turn, because if you look at the cell phone footage of the agent, you can literally see her turn, like the wheel.
No. And to clarify, Mr. Parker, right? So the video I watched, again, this is off YouTube. Just to clarify, it shows the body cam footage of said ICE officer that was struck by the vehicle. You could see that he's struck by the vehicle, as well as there's another video that shows that from a witness standpoint, on the driver's side, he gets hit by the vehicle.
It does not. To me, it does not look like he was hit. I will look at these clips multiple times. I happen to disagree. And even if you do think he was tapped, right, that's not enough to say that he was at serious bodily harm and or death in this scenario, right, in order to justify lethal force. And he, again, planted himself in that position, which, again, he should have got out of the way to a greater extent.
You could, and I mean, and that's honestly, in reality, let's be real, that's just opinion. That's your opinion. At least in my opinion. I think that is still the fact that he. So the argument that Parker's trying to make here is that the vehicle wasn't at enough speed to where it would cause deadly force, and it would cause
or a serious bodily harm at the angle
great,
it was.
Or great bodily harm.
Yeah. We both agree that it didn't happen. That even though you think he was hit, there was no serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. We agree. Right.
And I think Parker is also making the point that because he put himself in jeopardy by being in front of the vehicle, which is a clear violation of policy, that also reduces his ability to be able to use that lethal force. Because when you put yourself in jeopardy, you can't then use lethal force as a kind of turnaround when you have violated some kind of policy or some kind of law. And I think even the Trump administration has said that his overall policy was violated in the way that he did act. And there's enough ambiguity in the video that our case can actually be. He's gone.
Yep, he just left. Okay, interesting.
Oh well. All right. Well.
Alrighty. Well, it's been a while since someone's argued that. What'd you say?
No, I just had no idea why you left.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I have some people to thank. Everyone, do give it a quick second. Dara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Capability, ability, opportunity, and intent. I mean, I'd have to look into further on that. From what I've seen, it was the serious reasonable officer would think that there's a serious bodily or imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in this scenario. I can check to see what you're referencing though. As well as Brooklyn, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. You should look at the Oregon voters pamphlet if you get a chance. There's only one Democrat for on the there's only one Democrat on for governor, and the Republicans. Oh my gosh, it's literally not showing you the whole thing. I apologize. And the Republicans running are full blown insane. Well, that's absolutely insane. I'll have to take a look. As well as Carlton, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Carolyn in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. W's for Carolyn in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alice, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. And Jenny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. As well as Amy, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so from a former paralegal who follows a lot of LawTube channels. All channels he mentioned are conservative / misrepresent data to support the right. Attorneys and retainer are pro oath keepers and have represented them in court. Okay, well, thank you very much for letting us know. Wicked as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Seriously though. As well as Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me,
sorry, Parker.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I thank you to Yadira for the $10. Thank you, Yadira. Thank you.
Base. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. And if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I didn't know I joined.
All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
February.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
There's 4 reasons. I listed three, and the last one is the main reason. So Trump, he makes like the medical way more cheaper. Trump RX, yeah. He made the economy better, and he's keeping illegal immigrants out. As well as the last reason I didn't vote for Kamala is because she legit cursed Biden and said that they are racist. You can search it up.
Nope, she explicitly said that he's not racist.
You can search it up. I've seen the video.
Yeah, I have seen the video myself. She said that he's not racist. Secondly, Trump RX didn't make anything cheaper as opposed to good RX. And then the economy is worse off within practically every
nigger.
Why is it not letting me kick them? Like, why do people do that? Like, what's wrong with you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008, 04, 03, 2008.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I support him on his immigration and the abortion rule.
Okay, what about him?
I like the fact that he's trying to ban all abortion. Isn't that correct?
He's just left it up to the states. He left it up to the states, which is restricted access to abortion. But I would say that's a bad thing. Why do you think that's a good thing?
One, because I kind of agree that it's kind of murder.
Oh, what makes you think it's murder?
Because it's human. There's possible human life, and I mean, killing it, wouldn't that be considered murder if it can go into a successful human?
I wouldn't consider it murder because it's not sentient yet. In the same way that we don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in our family that is brain dead, is the same way I wouldn't think it's murder to get an abortion prior to sentience.
Isn't there a difference between having a brain dead person like hooked up to a ventilator and pulling the plug than having an unborn like child that can be successful? Like if the person's already brain dead, like
yeah, you're saying
already...
there's future potential, but there's been no past or present established. So why should I care about just future potential alone? The same way you don't care about sperm. Why the hell would you care about just future potential alone? You're going to care about it once it's existed and can continue. You're not going to care about it when it hasn't existed yet. Over like someone who's sentient, who's pregnant, who has to go through all the context and the obligations of pregnancy, the risks on their body, right? There are countless things that financial risks you're not counting. You're not counting all of these different obligations that people would have to maintain for this, which I don't think are necessary at all.
Okay. I mean, I guess
Why do you think it's valuable prior to sentience, insofar as that it should, like someone who's sentient should be forced to go through a pregnancy?
I mean, it's like you said, if they're leaving it up to the state, I guess it really depends on the state. Like, say if you live in a state that will allow it, I mean, I guess you don't have to be forced to have one.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it should be federally protected, where you shouldn't be forced anywhere. You can even disagree with it, but it doesn't mean you think it should be illegal. Because I don't think that because of the considerations of pregnancy and the exceptions and whatnot, we're going to treat it the same. Because I don't think after the context of sentience, right, people are just, getting lethal elective abortions. At that point, it's induction of labor, right, after viability. So, there's really no basis for saying that it should be restricted by any means, right? We don't treat it the same as we treat murder under the law, because there are different implications. Like, for example, you could, by restricting abortion access, you might actually increase the amount of abortions, well, because you could push people to use telehealth services, which has happened so far, or you can also push people to do so through the context of the black market in unsafe circumstances, because of the fact that you won't investigate miscarriages, because that would yield absurd conclusions.
Okay. Sorry, excuse me.
Like, would you investigate miscarriages?
Me personally?
Yeah, like, do you think the government should investigate people's miscarriages?
No, because I think it would also be a waste of time. But I guess there really is no and. But
okay.
I think, yeah.
Okay, so if you agree that we shouldn't be investigating people's miscarriages, well, then how would you be able to identify if someone got an intentional abortion, but through the context of the black market? They could just claim that they had a miscarriage.
Yeah, this is true. I never thought about it like that. I was just saying, like, if you go to, like, I don't know the actual name of, like, a clinic that, like, allows, like, abortion and stuff like that. Like, I don't think you should be able to walk into a clinic and be like, I want to have an abortion, like, help that. I really don't think that should be, like, legal anywhere.
Why?
It's like I said, I mean, you're taking away the life of what could potentially be a very successful individual. It can
yeah, they could potentially be a horrible person too. I don't think that we have any obligation to uphold potential. Like, do you think it's wrong to pull out because there's potential human that could exist there?
I mean, it's just based on, like, your choice, I guess.
Do you think it's wrong to use a condom because there could potentially be a kid there?
I mean, like I said, it's like, I guess it's like preferred by the person. I mean,
okay, so you don't care about the potential alone, right?
I don't think it's wrong to I go back to your thing. I don't think it's wrong to pull out or use a condom or anything, but
you're getting rid of that potential. That could be the next most amazing person you could ever think of in your head.
I mean, it's just whatever the woman and guy decide on, I guess. I mean,
okay, so now it's up to the choice of the person, personal choice. What? So you think personal choice is going to be better in this circumstance to uphold than prioritization than a potential human that would exist in the future?
I mean, like I just said, it's I guess it's whatever the guy or whatever the people want to do when they're having intercourse. I mean, I don't.
Exactly, right? So then, why not in the context of pregnancy? It's whatever the person who's pregnant wants to do.
I mean, I still think I just think that is murder at that point.
But why? Why is it murder?
I mean, you're basically like I'm trying to. I mean, I guess I'm going over the same thing. I guess I'm repeating the same thing. I mean, because that's pretty much what my belief is. But like, I still think it's murder because like you're taking the life of something that could potentially be great. And like you said, it could potentially be bad, but you're never gonna know. There's like a 50-50 chance, and you never know like how that person is gonna turn out until it's actually born. So why not just take a chance? Everybody deserves at least one shot.
Okay, so again, you could say the same thing with the condom thing. You could say, "Oh, because there could be a potential. Give the sperm a shot, man." It's
I mean, yeah, I
cellularly
guess.
speaking alive. Do not let those sperm die without fulfilling their purpose.
Yeah.
So, do you think it's wrong to use a condom?
I mean, it's in my opinion, no. But at this, I don't. I mean, I don't. I'm not gonna
Okay,
speak for
but it
everybody.
prevents a future child from existing. No! What about the future child? You are murdering those sperm.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really know. Me personally, no, I don't think it's wrong to use a condom. I mean, it can like protect you from like diseases that people are carrying. I mean,
Let's say you're in a relationship.
Okay.
Monogamous relationship. Do you think it's wrong to use a condom?
Okay, what does that word mean? Because I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what that word means.
Monogamous?
Define monogamous, Parker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
define monogamous.
Okay, it's just two people in a relationship, just them two, and they don't have sex with other people or have any other type of emotional relationship with other people in a romantic way.
So you're basically saying it's just two people together that only have sex with each other and nobody else.
Exclusive.
Yes, exclusive relationship.
relationship.
I could have just used that word. That would have been a better way to explain it.
Yeah, that might. Yeah, for me, yeah. So what is your question? Sorry,
I got you back.
What's up? Go ahead.
What is your?
I had you back.
What is the question that you're trying to ask me with the? With this?
In the context of a monogamous relationship, right, where people there's no risk of STD because obviously it's just you and your partner, right, in that scenario, right? Given that there's no risk of STD, right, do you think it's wrong to use a condom?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like your choice, I guess. I mean, or it's whatever you prefer, really. But I mean, if you just want to practice safe like intercourse, I mean, I guess there's not a problem with it. I mean, now speaking me personally, I mean, I probably wouldn't use one. But I mean, at the same time, it's just whatever you prefer, I guess, or whatever your partner prefers as well.
So it's not wrong. It's
No,
not,
it's
the
not.
point we're trying to make is it's not wrong because you're getting rid of the potential future human that could exist there.
Right.
So you don't think that's wrong, right?
I mean, probably not.
No, because we don't care about just potential alone. We care about once there's a past or a present like experience established, and that they're going to continue that experience, or they could continue that experience in the future. Like those things would be valuable to us, but before it's ever even existed, it's just a potential future human. We have no obligation to maintain that potential future human in existing. There's no obligation to do that. You do not have to. You don't have to. Like, you don't have to throw away the condom, I guess, right, and ban that shit, right? Because you think it's murder, right? Because it's preventing future humans from existing. Because more humans would exist if we banned contraceptives such as condoms, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But I do have another thing to like. I mean, I guess ask her to point out whichever one you want to take it. Like, if a woman, let's say a woman does get an abortion, like if they live in a state that allows it, can't an abortion? You said like the pregnancy could like potentially cause harm to the woman or like in that situation, but can't abortion also like harm like if like
there are medical risks with pregnancy and abortion, but it can determine, but it could be lesser in the context of abortion depending on the scenario comparative to pregnancy. So obviously that's the choice of the individual in the circumstance because they get to choose what medical risks they're going to impose upon themselves in the scenario, right? That's it's their consent. So they get to choose whether or not they want to continue with the pregnancy or they would like to get an abortion.
Okay.
Like, that's kind of the point. You have to consider, like, for the pregnant individual, the finances that they would have to put into this. You'd have to consider the medical risks on their body, not just maternal mortality that has increased since Trump has overturned Roe versus Wade, but also the medical risks associated with the cause of disability conditions, things that could be threatening to their ability to have children in the future. There's countless things that you can bring up specifically that are relevant towards the medical risks associated with pregnancy that people don't consider, right, as like a risk. And that's something that someone should be able to determine themselves of whether or not they would like to go through, not something that they should be forced to go through, considering all those facts.
Right.
It's not murder, right? You don't have to view it as murder. You can still value human beings as people and not consider it murder, because personhood doesn't begin until the point of sentience, which is around 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I get that now.
Okay. Well, is there any other reason why you support Trump?
I mean, yes and no. Like, we've talked about it previously, the immigration thing, and you kind of, like, I don't want to say beat down. I mean, you kind of defeated my thing, because my thing was get people out of the country with actual process. I mean, yes, it takes long. Like, I want to get them out of the, like, people that have a criminalized background or a criminal history. I want to get them out of the country and make like places like on the borders, like Texas or stuff like that. I want to get people with criminal histories out of the countries and or out of the states, and protect more of the community. And
like Trump, get him out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
and that's. What do you mean, get them out? If they have a criminal history, do you think they should remain in the country where they could potentially?
Yeah, right. We should also get them out of the Oval Office if they have a criminal history, right?
Okay.
Well, I'm just curious. Like, would you agree? Because I agree, we should get them out of the country if they have they've committed a serious crime or a violent crime. But in the situation where we're talking about for the president, would you say the same thing for the president? If he has a criminal record, do you think he should be removed from political office in the same way you think they should be removed from the country?
In a realistic answer, I'm going to have to say yes, just because I don't want that backlash. But at the same time, well, listen, Parker. At the same time, I mean, I would still rather have Trump. Is it?
You'd rather have Trump over Harris, yet you think Trump should be removed from office?
No, I don't think he should be removed.
Okay, so you don't think he should be removed from office?
No, I would rather have Trump in office than Harris.
Okay, but why?
I agree with like two of the. I mean, I guess I agree with more than that, but those are just like the two main things that I agree with that he was running his campaigns on.
Okay,
immigration being the biggest one.
Okay. So you agree with those things, but like what particular policies? Because you know that we went after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? And actually under the Obama administration, 20% of those deported had a violent criminal record.
I did not know that, actually. Is there like a source that I can go look that up on?
Yeah, that's from the DHS themselves.
Okay. Is that DHS.gov or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to just write that down, because in order for me to look it up, I would have to read the app.
That's okay.
I'm just going to write that down.
Got you. In the meantime, Christine, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you very much, Christine. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Quincy, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely something I'll have to research into. And as well as Stephanie, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's a good idea to bring up. That's a good idea. Did you write it down?
Yeah, I did. Sorry. Yeah. I was just giving you time to thank people.
No, go ahead. You continue with your point.
I mean, I really just think he would do a better job than Harris on it. I mean, yeah, I really think he's done it better so far, and I think that he could still do better things than Harris probably could.
Okay, but like why?
You're probably gonna like call me sexist or something. I just really don't think a woman, or wait, let me rephrase this, because I'm not trying to be completely sexist here. I really don't. I think she's capable. Like, in all honesty, I really think she's capable, but I don't think she would better the country.
Why?
I really don't know too much about her. Like me growing up, I lived in a
Do
MAGA
you think
house.
because she's a woman?
No, I'm not saying that. Like, her being a woman really has nothing to do with it. I mean, it has a little bit to do with it, but it's not like the whole reason.
There's a little bit of sexism.
There's a little bit of sexism. There you go. So
I'm not gonna lie, maybe a little bit.
okay, so the point that we would then make is that's not a good reason. That's a horrible reason to say that, because I think that if anything, right, that's just going to show that people around the world, including yourself, are going to think less of her than what she'll actually be able to do, which actually kind of gives her a strategic advantage, if anything, in countless circumstances, because people are going to think less of her than actually she can do.
How would that give her like an advantage though?
Because people will think lesser of her than she will actually be able to do, so she'll be able to catch them off guard.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, me personally growing up, I lived in a very, very like right side like household. Like I never really, I mean, I had my own like.
My condolences.
What'd you say?
My condolences.
It wasn't forced upon me. I'm not going to say forced upon, but I was more like persuaded to like Republican side of everything other than the Democratic side because I lived in a Republican household. I mean.
Yeah, you know, I grew up in a Christian conservative household as well. Why does that lean you towards it?
I mean, I really don't know. I mean, my parents, just the way they raised me, I mean, they never told me anything about the Democratic Party. It was always just Republican after Republican, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so then, like, what about the Democrats do you disagree with?
I really don't know too much about them. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
How can you make a valid opinion then?
Yeah, I think you just need to do your own research into what the Democrats are. And then I would just ask you, like, what about the Republicans do you like?
Like, are we talking just about Trump or, like, in previous, like, years or anything
And,
like
you know, at this point, I'm asking you any Republican. What about Republicans in general do you like?
I just like their ideas, like, running for office, like, hold on, let me think. Yeah, this is gonna be. My God, I don't know why I'm freezing like this.
It's okay.
I don't know. I mean, I just. I don't want to say something that's wrong. Like, I really have no idea.
You already have. You said Trump was a good president, so you already have.
All right.
Maybe you should do research and you should look into these things and.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I think I'm gonna have to do the research about it.
Okay, that's the move. Look into the different Democratic candidates that will come about and the Republican candidates. Do you like J.D. Vance?
I do.
You do? Why?
I mean, that's my last name. I'd have to do more research about
that's
it.
not his actual last name. He like changed his name, right? I just want to.
Yeah, I know. I did know that actually. But I'd have to do more research on giving like certain points on like why I like him.
Wait, I mean, so you like him, but you don't know why you like him.
I mean, here's the thing. Like,
is it vibes?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's probably gonna be more the vibes than anything else. Until I do
what
like.
Vibes does a JD Vance give out besides like couch humping?
Yeah, just really curious.
He gives out couch humping vibes to you?
I mean,
I haven't seen anything else about
not
that.
confirming or denying.
Not confirming nor denying. These are the types of vibes that he gives out.
Okay.
You know, just like staring at you, dude.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for pulling that up, Parker. I appreciate it.
I got you.
But yeah, I guess it's more just the vibes, and I mean, it's probably more that he is a Republican and ran as Trump's vice president as a Republican ticket, and him being just a Republican in general. and
So just straight party, nothing about policy or anything, just straight party.
I mean, I would have to do more research about his policies and stuff like that, like certain points. I can't just like off the top of my head. I don't know enough about. I mean, I know a little bit, but I also don't know like the main stuff. Why does that keep up?
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Ad, before I go on to the next person? You should look into these people.
I'm going to. You have a good day, bro.
All right, appreciate you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates.
The subliminal messaging there with the flashes, trying to flashes that face into our brains.
Yes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Ever since he has been like president for as long as I can remember, he has been supporting America, making it great again. He has lowered like the gas prices, but due to the war, it has went back up. But he's doing everything in his power to like make it down.
Can you name one economic metric
like,
that's got better off since Trump got in office?
Yeah. And like right now, he's always in the office working hard. Kamala is also good, but in my opinion, Trump is way better. And second of all, I support what you're doing. You're spreading positivity, and like you're making the lives of people like Mr. PFC easier.
I knew it.
I got him before, so. What a weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Farming sim.
Economic policies, that's what we'll talk about.
Okay. All right. What economic policy of Trump's do you like?
Specifically the topological reconfiguration of supply networks as robustness maximization. Do you know what a topology is, or would you like me to explain that to you, low tier?
He just said words. Like, I'm sorry, he just said words.
Parker, you're the goat.
I hear more vocal fry than I hear his actual words that he's saying. That was diabolical, bro. Just absolutely diabolical. Watch this again.
Can we have a debate, or are you just like scared of me?
Can you tell me an economic policy that you like of Trump's?
That's something that I derive from.
No, give me an economic give me an economic policy of Trump's you like.
I just gave you one.
Give me a policy, like a policy name. Can you give me a policy name?
That's something that I derive from the policy.
No, give me a policy name.
Well, the Big Beautiful Bill is a policy.
Okay. So what do you like about the Big Beautiful Bill? Like what particular
like
provision?
Yeah. It would just be like the fiscal regulatory compressions as like renormalization towards higher growth.
Okay. Hold up. Slow down. I can't hear you with
That's not what I want to talk about.
With the vocal fry, I can barely hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I want to talk about the foreign policies, though. I don't want to talk about like.
Okay, so we're not going to talk about economic policy. Okay, I can't do that guy. I've tried to talk to this guy a million times. He just can't do it anytime. No matter what time I try to talk to him, he always does that shit.
I said the mumbler.
Yes,
he's mumbling.
Yeah, literally though, the mumbler. The whispering mumbler. That's what he is. Okay. We don't have any guest requests actually right now. We don't have any Trump supporters. There's 6,100 people in the TikTok stream, and there's no Trump supporters other than like that guy.
Have you, Parker, noticed that Trump supporters are coming up less and less, and over the last maybe let's say month or so? Like you've seen a trend of them going down. It's almost as if it's following Donald Trump's a rate of approval. Like as his approval goes down, a number of guests go down. It's like a nice correlation.
No, it's just that they're scared to debate me. That's what it is. It's because they still exist. They're just scared to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Probably farm sim, to be honest.
Let's go to the next person. At least send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Matt, you look like Jack Black.
Oh, well,
we're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Compliment.
Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, if you're on YouTube, you can hit that thumbs up, and if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes if you're on TikTok, and if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trump's a fucking pig.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everyone.
Can you guys stop trolling? It's not.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I'm 89.
About right.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Yep, Trump supporters are terrified. That's what it is. Because they still exist. They still have their lives. And they still do them. They just don't come to mind. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007 of July.
I don't know. I don't believe them. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump again.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I'm about to have a child, and I'm going to open a Trump account for him.
Okay. It's a very small portion of the overall Big Beautiful Bill, and most of the money from the Big Beautiful Bill goes to the very rich. So although this is a policy or aspect of the bill that I agree with, it doesn't account for the $3.4 trillion of debt-related spending, the 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance through Medicaid, the 2.5 million people per month cut off their access to food stamps, and over 420,000 children on average every single month cut off their free school lunch and breakfast.
Yeah, but it helps my family.
Very minimally. You would have gotten more money under a Harris administration through an increase in a child tax credit.
I'm putting my own away into the college fund too, so it's just
You'd get more money through the child tax credit increase than you would in the Trump account.
Oh, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, she wanted to do $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Plus, Donald Trump imposed tariffs, which have caused prices to go up. According to the Federal Reserve report that came out recently, we would have been below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs, plus the war with Iran. So we definitely would be in a better condition. You wouldn't have as much inflation, and you would have been able to save over $1,500 per year just because of that.
Well, thanks for sharing that. I thought GDP grew by like 2%.
It's lower than what it was growing prior, and that was just for quarter 4.
Okay.
That's
all I had, thanks.
Yeah, I would just look in GDP growth has declined since Trump got in office. The level of growth has gone down. It was higher when Trump was before Trump was in office. Sorry. Okay. So given that you know that, do you still support Trump?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, why? Okay. Let's go on the next individual. What's up?
Fastest debate ever.
I know, right? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
That's a good question. I think that he is changing world order in a positive way.
In what positive way?
Stumped already.
This is stumped already, yeah. I think that I wasn't expecting you to put in my request. I wasn't expecting you to accept it. So give me a second here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think that there is a global contagion that is causing the world, or was causing the world to be succumb to the same problems everywhere, and that he is undoing a lot of those issues.
Like, can you be specific on anything? How is he undoing any issues? How is he making things better?
What contagion?
Yeah.
Yeah. So during the Biden years, we saw a massive spike in crime. Right.
So you think the convicted criminal is going to address crime to a greater extent than the former prosecutor, former district attorney, and a former attorney general?
100%.
And how is that going right now? Because he said he would pardon anyone who commits a crime in his administration very close to the White House.
Well, so Biden pardoned 1,400 people.
Because preemptive pardons, because Trump said he would go after them.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Well, he could have gone after Hillary, and he didn't.
He said he was going to, and then he never did. So then, are you saying he didn't uphold his own campaign promise? Because he said he would go after her and put her in prison under his administration.
I think he had to change his heart. But either way, the pardons by Biden were insane. Like the number of people that he pardoned, and also
the January 6th violent rioters who beat cops, like, for example.
Say that again.
Like the January 6th violent rioters who beat cops.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't have been a blanket pardon.
Yeah.
But I also think that a lot of them were wrongfully jailed for many years, for 4 years.
Okay, but we're talking about the people who assaulted police officers.
Those people, yeah, if you assault a police officer, that shouldn't have happened. But I think...
And Donald Trump pardoned them and called them patriots. And released them onto the streets, so intentionally.
I don't agree with that. I don't think it should have been a blanket pardon.
And some of them have gone to actually do it all over again too. Like they've gone on to they do crimes and actually be in jail already again. So
no, I definitely I agree with that. I don't think it should have been a blanket pardon.
Okay, so I guess what are you trying to criticize about the Democrats and Biden's pardons?
What do you mean? Criticize about the Democrats in general, or about the pardons specifically?
The pardons.
Well, they were wide sweeping. At the last minute, he went against his own word that he wouldn't ever do that. He wouldn't pardon his family. I mean, the whole thing was weird.
So
do you think?
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, if Donald Trump had not said the things that he said about Fauci, about Schiff, about Hunter Biden, had not railed against them and basically vowed to bring the force of the law down on them and to investigate them, do you think Joe Biden would have done what he did?
Yeah, because I think they actually committed real crimes.
Like?
Such as, yeah.
Well, Fauci for sure.
Like?
Such as?
I think he lied to the public. And
okay,
I think
that's not a crime. Two, what crime?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that
and what lie?
Well, they're two separate questions.
I know.
There's the lie to the public. I think was that he didn't. He was giving guidance via the CDC, knowing full well exactly what we were dealing with.
What guidance did he give that was incorrect?
Oh my God, yeah, a ton. I mean, at the beginning there was this case of, and we were through it. I mean, it was unbelievably nuts. But we were told that we had to be locked down. We couldn't leave our house. We couldn't be outside. I was in San Francisco and I was looking out my window and there was no cars driving down the road. There's no people walking around.
They never said don't go outside. That's not what they said. They said we should do lockdown and we should social distance if necessary in going outside.
What do you think happened in Canada and Italy and other places? I mean, the whole thing
Yeah.
was.
So by the way, you think that Fauci controlled what was happening in Canada and Italy?
I think there was a lot of influence around what was happening via the CDC's guidance. But either way.
Yeah, the CDC operates in the U.S., not in Canada or Italy.
When we were in San Francisco, no one was outside. We were on lockdown.
Okay, and so that's not evidence of Fauci saying anything incorrect or Fauci telling people you can't go outside at all.
That's just one part, but if he knew about the virus and we understood the transmission pattern.
We didn't understand it. That's the whole point. We had to learn that, and we had exceeding information that we had learned about it over time that he would report on.
No, he knew though.
How did he know?
Well, let me ask you guys. Where do you think that where did the virus come from?
We don't know whether or not it was a lab in a leak on accident, or whether or not it was like a zoonotical leap from bats.
A wet market. Yeah.
Right. So let's look up there's a New York Times article that demystifies it. But let's say it's a lab leak. Wasn't that lab leak funded by the NIH?
We don't have sufficient evidence to establish that.
There's a New York Times article about it.
There's no evidence that it was the lab leak, right? It's a potential explanation.
Yeah, I think the article that you're referring to was a government report that said it was plausible, but they don't come to any firm conclusion on it.
Yeah. I mean, it seems very unlikely that if that was the case, let's just say that there's a lab that was doing research on coronaviruses and viruses for government purposes, funded by the government, funded by the American government in China.
Yeah, and there was an accidental leak. What's the point?
Yeah, I mean, leak or not, whether it was accidental or not.
Let's assume that every single thing about that explanation is correct. What about it?
Well, if you have knowledge about it, and you know what the virus is, and you know how it works.
They didn't have evidence to indicate that. So you're saying Fauci had information from this particular leak that, by the way, you have no evidence to substantiate in the first place, and he knew exactly how it operated, and yet told people things that were incorrect, under your view.
Yeah.
So what things did he say that was incorrect with what he knew?
Well, if you knew, we didn't know at the beginning anything. Right? Like everyone was like scared. I was scared to even like touch the Amazon box outside my door. Like no one really understood the virus. We weren't told anything. We actually, at the early days, we didn't understand transmission and how it actually proliferated or anything.
So how did he lie?
If he knew, which he must have, if
he must have because I said so. Actually,
no. If it was being funded, well, why was he pardoned up until that exact date? I mean, that's one question. But outside of the pardon, specifically, like if the United States was funding, and there are there are records. There's actually emails
because you guys made lies about him. I've yet to hear anything he actually did wrong.
Lying to the public's not wrong.
What did he say that was a lie?
Wait. Oh, well, wrong. Wait. Like, if your measure is lying to the public as being wrong, then you must hold Donald Trump to being the worst human that ever fucking lived.
Totally agree. You must be the most horrible person. Do you agree?
Like, if lying is your barometer, then man, you're gonna have a hard time defending Donald Trump.
That's funny. Yeah. I'd love to just dig in there. What's a lie to the public that Donald Trump made?
The 2020 election. He says it was stolen with absolutely no evidence. Do you want me to keep going? I can go and say a million things.
Go. Keep going.
Oh, okay. This is going to be a good one. He said he was going to release the Epstein files.
Mm-hmm. He has.
He said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. He said no new wars.
Keep going.
How many do you want me to name?
Keep going.
How many do you want me to name?
Keep going.
I asked how many do you want me to name?
As many as you can.
I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
Because it would take too long.
Built the greatest economy in the world.
It is a great
greater than you've actually ever seen before. You've never seen
No, that's
an economy that's so great. We're in a golden age, actually. The tariffs have been decreasing prices like you've never seen before. I promise you that, actually, the tariffs, they really decrease those prices, actually. Like you've never seen, I promise you that.
That's actually very impressive.
Dude,
no, I
we'll
mean,
be
I think
here
it's
all.
very
We will
important.
literally be here for like an hour with me mentioning things. I'm not joking. Like,
It's really
I actually could
important to
probably
call
go
out,
for an hour.
which is great because I think it's really important to call out the certain lies because some of them are strategic, obviously. Some of them aren't lies at all because they're labeled lies by the media. Some of them, are lies, but they're not hurting people. I think in this case, like during COVID, the amount of manipulation, the amount of things that were going on, the whole like pushing of the vaccine, everything like that. I found that to be that for me was the red pill moment.
Yeah. The red pill moment
The
where
red pill moment.
scientists told us to do things to keep us safer.
Yeah, and it
Wow,
didn't
it really turned me against. Dude, that's just literally why do try to think for a second. Why would scientists try to push people to do something like take a vaccine? Why would that be pushed? Maybe because it saves lives. Let's think about that for a second. Maybe because they want us not to die.
But
Right?
It didn't save lives.
It
It
did.
did.
Save lives.
It saved millions of lives.
It didn't save my brother's life, buddy.
It saved my
because
dad's life.
Well, I'm sorry. Just because it didn't save your brother's life doesn't mean it didn't save anyone else's life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is where it gets to. It's like there's all of these narratives out there, and you don't actually understand the hard truths.
I do understand the hard truths. Tell me what hard truths I don't understand.
Well, that there are side effects to the vaccine.
Yeah, but there's
There's side effects
significantly
to all
less
drugs.
side effects than there are from getting the virus, and it
No.
reduces the likelihood that you'll get side effects.
That's completely incorrect.
Nope, it's completely correct. You can look at the bibliography in my bio, set up by this guy here in the bottom right, that literally is over 30 pages long, my guy, of just straight peer-reviewed sources, proving you wrong.
No, it's not. It's not true.
Not true, just fake news.
That is the bibliography?
Fake news, actually. Okay. What reason do you have to believe otherwise?
Well, the amount of injuries that the vaccine has caused, and people are dealing with it.
Where do you get those reports of injuries?
I am injured. What do you mean?
No, where do you get the reports, like to determine what % of people have been injured? And you said you were injured by the vaccine?
Yes.
In what way?
I have dysautonomia. Been diagnosed by it by the Yale Long COVID Center.
And they said that was specifically a long COVID.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
so,
what the center is called, but it's a because of the vaccine.
And did they determine it was because of the vaccine or because of COVID?
They gave me no answer whatsoever. On
okay, so then
Well,
you are
okay.
just assuming it's from the
think-
vax.
Yeah, I don't think they can even be able to do any kind of test to determine like what actually caused it, because you probably caught COVID and that's what caused it.
Yeah, like did any doctor tell you that it was from the vaccine?
But there, I have to put. I mean, you have to pull up reports of countries that have done analysis on those that have been vaccinated and those that haven't, and actual long-term health issues. And those that have been vaccinated have much worse health records after the fact.
Okay, now can you give me? You understand that that's probably could be because of the fact that, in terms of a correlation basis, that those that have more serious illnesses are more likely to get vaccinated. And people who have more serious conditions are more likely to get vaccinated because they realize the need for it. So that's just not a good argument at all. Now, if you want to look at the cause, do you have any evidence that this was actually because of the vaccine, or are you just assuming this?
Well, no, actually, nobody knows, but
so you're assuming it. So I don't know why you just acted like you had an injury from the vaccine when you have no evidence that it's from the vaccine.
You can look it up. Look up.
What vaccine did you take?
Look up to Moderna. Look up common injuries from the vaccine. You'll see exactly what I have.
Okay. But you have no doctor tell you that it was from. So if it was so common, then the doctor would have told you that it was because of the vaccine.
They can't say that. They will lose their.
Yeah,
life.
they can.
No, they don't, and they can't.
What do you mean they can't?
Did
you report yourself to VAERS?
No. Didn't.
Okay, so you didn't report yourself to VAERS. The doctor didn't tell you that it was from the vaccine. You're just assuming it. I don't have good enough reason to believe that that's true.
That started happening when I got the vaccine.
Like right after?
The day of.
The day of. And you did not go to the doctor?
Well, what I have is very low grade. It just feels like I'm on drugs all the time.
That's still something to go to the doctor.
Yeah, and I did, and I started going, and I got scans, and I went to the doctor. I saw 50 different specialists, and no one knew. No one could diagnose anything.
And none could say it was because of the vaccine.
They're not. No, I don't think they're able to conclusively say that to me.
Okay. Have you had COVID before?
Yeah, I had COVID after that.
After that? Not before?
No, everyone got back. I got vaccinated as soon as everyone else did.
Okay. So let's assume that this is true. The likelihood of getting a side effect from the vaccine is significantly lower than that of getting the virus, and it reduces the likelihood of you getting a side effect by taking the vaccine in the first place. So for people who medically can get vaccinated, that is the best alternative for them to do so. Just because there are circumstances where there are side effects doesn't mean we shouldn't use vaccines. That's like saying some people get harmed by seatbelts, therefore seatbelts are ineffective. Well, seatbelts reduce the likelihood of people getting harmed. Just because some individuals are harmed by the seatbelt, right, does not mean that they are not reduced in their level of harm because of the seatbelt.
That's the wrong logic. What should have happened was that we should have understood the virus, and that people who had health issues and were at risk should have taken the vaccine, and healthy people should not. And I was ostensibly, and before everything was healthy. I did
but
not.
You understand that you're reducing the spread to other people, and also plenty of healthy people got long COVID.
Reducing the spread to other people is a complete lie. How did I get it then?
No, it does reduce the spread.
How did I get it? How did I get it?
Wait, you understand that just because you got it doesn't mean it didn't reduce the spread or the likelihood of you getting it, right? Again, that's like saying how did I get hurt even though I had a seatbelt on?
No.
That's literally the exact same thing. I still got hurt even though I had a seatbelt on. Why wear a seatbelt? I'll fly right through the window. It's the same as getting hurt by the seatbelt.
I got it right. My wife got it and I got it right away. It did not reduce transmission. It's bullshit.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
I didn't get it, so then I don't know what your point is. I got vaccinated very early. Didn't get it for a very long time. I didn't get it until like years later.
Explain to me how that works.
Explain to you how the vaccine works?
Explain to me how it reduces transmission.
Yeah, because it reduces your likelihood of getting it. It reduces the viral load, reduces how long you are sick, reduces symptomatic illness, reduces likelihood of hospitalization.
Yeah, so I think it might because it exposes your body to the virus. It might build up antibodies so that when you do get it, you aren't sick for.
It doesn't. It technically exposes your body to the information necessary to respond to the virus.
Depending on which vaccine you took. Johnson & Johnson's.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So
you took Moderna, so I was referencing that.
Okay. But in the event that that's the case, I still got it and was sick for a week and had all of the symptoms and was I'm assuming if I was around other people, very transmissible. And I was vaccinated 3 times.
Okay. And you can still get it. It just reduces your likelihood of doing so, reduces symptomatic illness. And you likely didn't have it as bad because of the fact that you were vaccinated.
But I was healthy. Like, it was not like I was going to run into...
Yeah, you can be healthy. Dude, let me explain something. My dad's very healthy and it literally almost fucking died because of COVID. Okay? He literally almost died. He is a very healthy person. Never, ever takes a day off sick for work. He's always fucking never sick. He's never, ever sick. He's always like that. But he literally almost died because of it. So you can be in a situation where you are a healthy person and you can get the bare ends of COVID and get fucking destroyed by COVID. I don't think some people realize just because you typically aren't affected by certain illnesses doesn't mean you can't get affected by other illnesses in other ways. You need to be clear. Like, that can still harm you. And again, my dad almost died because of the virus, right? And he never gets sick. He's never like sick for long periods of time. Hell, I've never seen him bedridden because of being sick in my entire life outside of that.
Wait, that's crazy. So what happened? Like, what did he?
He had got necrotizing myocarditis because of the virus, and he was also vaccinated. Yes.
Yeah, myocarditis. That's how my brother died.
Yeah, but that's because of COVID. COVID is significantly more likely to cause this.
No. The study that was No, the study has the side effect.
Don't say no when I know this directly. Like, shut the fuck
In
up.
fact, Parker, there's an entire section in the bibliography that
I know about this.
dozens of studies that like cover the like differences between myocarditis in the vaccine versus the virus. It's well documented that the virus has a much substantial, greater likelihood of making someone have myocarditis to the vaccine.
Yeah, and it's not just of getting myocarditis, it's of how harmful and severe it is for you. If you get it from the virus, it's significantly more severe than if you get it from the vaccine.
But the studies that were released showed that in a small population, it was a small number, but they didn't isolate the age range and the sex of those that got it.
They have in the studies that Matt has in the bibliography and the bio. They do isolate for these things. There is a slight increase for young men with the certain Pfizer and whatnot vaccines, but again, those myocarditis are so fucking minimal comparative to the myocarditis from COVID in most instances. I'm not saying in all. In most instances.
Explain to me how my brother died playing basketball.
I'm not. I never did. I never said it can't be severe. And also, do they say it's from the vaccine?
Well, then again, nobody.
Dude, you see what I mean? Did he get COVID?
But no doctor will say that.
Did he get COVID? And by the way, yes, doctors do say this.
Not. I mean, in his case, they didn't say they did.
Okay, well then, just because they didn't doesn't mean that it is COVID, or it doesn't mean it is the vaccine. I don't understand why you're assuming it's the vaccine with no evidence.
I don't. I mean, how else could it have happened? So in the cases where you have COVID, how long does the myocarditis last? Like how long can you actually get myocarditis, and how long does it take to subside?
In typical circumstances.
I think in those who are vaccinated, it's talking about vaccinated individuals, most of the myocarditis does resolve in a month or two. Like it only lasts a couple of months. Like almost all of the study participants, their myocarditis does eventually go away, and that's compared to those that have COVID, where the myocarditis is much more likely to stay around and actually cause the actual real damage to the heart muscle.
And these are vaccinated people or non-vaccinated?
Non-vaccinated people.
Non-vaccinated people getting COVID, they have cases of myocarditis and death.
Yes, very much. Yes, myocarditis risk in unvaccinated individuals who have COVID is substantially higher than those who are vaccinated, because the actual risk is that the virus is actually present and alive in the heart muscle, causing the damage.
I mean, what's crazy to me is that it still happened in my brother's case, and he was vaccinated.
I think you're so hung up on that fact that, I mean, like, we're both sorry that like your brother had this problem. Nobody is trying to minimize that. Every drug, every chemical has negative outcomes in somebody. It just happens, right? There are people who can't take Tylenol. If they take even one atom of Tylenol, they'll be unalived, right? I mean, these things happen. We have to look at it not on the individual basis, but on the population level, which is why when you look at it on the population level, you see clearly that these vaccinations are much safer and have more positive outcomes than those who are unvaccinated. So you have to look beyond that and look on the population level. I couldn't say that because someone in my family got sick from it or something that then therefore the vaccine is bad for everybody else. That's bad science and that's bad data analysis.
But ideally, if that's the case, it would have been good to have the choice and to understand the risks and to say, I for my own body want to take this risk or don't want to take this risk. And at the time, it was not my body, my choice. It was you take the vaccine or you can't access society, and you have to stab your children with the vaccine or they can't go to school.
Wait.
I don't think that's true.
Did you need to do it to go to school?
I'm not in school, but
okay. So then, what forced you to do it?
My daughter had to.
What forced you to do it though?
Oh, there's a million things. You couldn't go into restaurants and bars. You couldn't get on planes. You couldn't.
That's a fucking lie. I live in Los Angeles.
Yeah, no.
I had to have a card in order to get in New York.
There is literally one place that ever vaccine carded me. One place.
Are you kidding? I had to show my vaccine card everywhere.
Then you must have been like in a very downtown place in Manhattan.
I had to show my card. 100%.
Most places did not ask for your card.
I didn't walk into a place.
And by the way, those are specific places that want to do it. That's how those companies are operating. That's
in
not the
place
government.
that I was in, it was an unlock to society to my old life. I was completely gated from doing wellness.
Okay,
I
well,
think,
I mean,
but you're forgetting the whole situation around that time. We had a vaccine which was showing promising data at being able to help individuals. We had a virus which was unaliving thousands of people a day. People were dying, and we wanted to bring society back. And the rational thing to do was to get people vaccinated because on the population level, we knew that those who were vaccinated would have better outcomes overall. Now, once again, you, I think, were one of those unlucky few that have the negative outcomes, and therefore you're like, why me? And you don't want to now look back and say, I shouldn't have been able to get it. Many people feel that way when they have a certain medical type of things that happen to them, and looking back, they like don't want to do it. But frankly, probably at the time, that was the best decision that you could have made.
also, talk to any medical professional. They will tell you about how many people that were unvaccinated that were absolutely, like, literally dying, begging them for the vaccine after they're already in severe illness and possibly going to die. Right? You understand that, like, I just want to be clear here.
The cases of healthy people,
it's like he doesn't listen.
Dying cases of healthy people dying was really rare. I think this makes total sense. And what I guess Matt was saying, I think it makes total sense for people who are at risk. If they fit a certain profile, 100% you should, because if you get it, you're gonna die.
Dude, I'm sorry, but who the fuck are you to determine who decides to get vaccinated and who doesn't? That's determined by the scientists, by the people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about, not by random people that don't even take into account science. I'm not taking your advice. I don't think anyone should be taking your advice. I get and I understand individuals specifically have been impacted by this. You have to understand how many people's lives have been saved from this. How many people have been positively impacted by this.
No, I thought it was all about my body, my choice. Why don't I get to choose?
You did.
No,
you're talking about private businesses and their policies. Just because certain private businesses in New York decided to have those specific policies, that is those businesses.
No, not it. There was strong recommendations, requirements.
Recommendations. Wow.
What happened in the army? What happened?
Yeah, the army. You weren't in the army, were you?
But there was mandates.
Okay, I don't care. They're mandated to take so many other vaccines. They should be.
At the time, but
dude, I'm sorry. Like, people should believe in science, and we only need mandates because people don't believe in science. If you guys just actually believe in science, if you stop dismissing the science, maybe we won't need the mandates. You know that, right?
Believe in the science if it actually worked.
It does. It literally does. You just didn't even look into it. You won't even criticize it. You won't even critique the actual science.
How many people died after the vaccine came out?
You're not acknowledging Omicron, you're not acknowledging Delta, just because you're doing a correlation causation fallacy.
Exactly. It evolved.
Dude, this guy is ridiculous. That was happening either way. What you're doing is a correlation causation fallacy. You're saying because two things are associated, that means one caused the other. If you actually look at the data, it indicates shut the fuck up. If you actually look at the data, it indicates. Can you listen?
This is good TV. This is good TV. Please keep going.
Can you name the last thing I just said?
Can you please listen?
Repeat the last thing I just said.
Repeat the last thing I just said. That's what you just said. Bro, I won that one. Come on.
No, can you repeat the last thing I said?
Can you repeat the last thing I said? That's what you just said.
Can you stop being a dick? I'm telling you the last thing I was talking to you about, not that.
Go ahead, keep going.
Why are you acting like a child? Can you just admit you didn't listen?
Please keep going. Please keep going.
I don't want to talk to you anymore, like when you act like this.
You sound like my high school girlfriend. Come on, keep going.
Well, she was right. And she probably left you too, huh?
That's good TV, I'm telling you. Come on,
did she leave you?
Oh, God, I don't even know. I wasn't thinking of anyone in specific, but no. I don't think I was ever dumped. Oh, maybe once. Yeah, her name is Parker.
Okay, why are you acting like this? You know, you're acting literally like younger than the kids.
It's been really fun. You've come up on my feet a bunch. This has been super fun. I gotta go in 10 minutes.
It's been fun to get dog walked repeatedly and just to laugh at yourself because you're embarrassed.
You do not dog walked at all.
You got absolutely smoked.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Can you name a single point you ever beat me on?
Sure. Gosh, a lot. I mean, I think, what did we talk about? We talked about the vaccine mostly. But I think the whole my body, my choice as it applies to vaccines is something that I dunked you on. Because if you're saying
Can
that
I
I
address that, Parker, just on a
Go
policy
ahead.
scale? Because as someone who has like a public policy background, like that's what my degree is in, right? We know through public policy that we intervene in the least restrictive way in order to maximize the most good. Like that's what we do. It's the same reason why we mandate that people have to have car insurance, wear a seatbelt, and that you can't drink when you drive. It's because we recognize that those are harmful effects that will impact the autonomy of other people. And it's the same reasoning behind the vaccines on certain things, that at some point that the harm that may be done is outweighed by the autonomy guarantee. That's when you are allowed to then go and infringe, and you do so in the least restrictive manner. And all they're asking is for you to take a vaccine, which at the time had data and still does, that shows that compared to the virus in which it is trying to stop, that it produces better outcomes. That to me is a perfectly reasonable policy to have, given the circumstances that we were under at the time.
I totally get that. I think what people are saying and coming out of that is that who are these people, these unelected people, to make these decisions? And sure, they can make those decisions, but if I don't have the will of freedom in order to not abide by those decisions.
You say unelected, right? Like who are you referring to?
Wait, can I also ask him, are you pro-life?
Am I pro-life? I would say yes. That's a fun one, though.
So what are you doing this whole pro-choice bullshit for?
Well, no, I'm just saying for
You're
you.
not pro-choice. You don't even believe in that.
Well, those are two different types of choices.
Oh, okay. So then why couldn't I say that?
What do you mean?
Because you tried to bring up this whole thing and being like, oh, my body, my choice, right? What happened to that here, right? Couldn't I say the same thing, that these are different types of choices?
Well, in one case, the body, in the abortion case, the body is an independent individual.
Okay, and you know that you're impacting independent individuals that are actually sentient when you don't get vaccinated, but when you're talking about an abortion, it's non-sentient.
Transmission, and yet I still got it 3 times.
An abortion is non-sentient. And also, again, you that's like saying, you know what, I still got hurt even though I wore a seatbelt.
No,
yeah. It's like when I take a flu vaccine, like I am at a greater, or I'm at less odds of catching the flu, but I may still catch it. Like it's still entirely possible.
No, that means the flu vaccine doesn't work, Matt.
Yeah, it means it doesn't work.
Same thing with seatbelts.
I still get the
Same
flu
thing with
vaccine every single year.
Let's get rid of all safety regulations because things can still go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like by your logic, AM, like all vaccines should be like discarded, because even the most effective vaccine, which I think is like I think it's one of the bacterial ones, which has like a 99% like rate to it. It's still that 1%, right? You know, 1 out of every 100 will catch that thing, even though they are vaccinated. Well, therefore, we should just throw them out because I mean, it's still being transmissible.
Yeah, but I mean, also, like in this case, you're basing it. Let's just talk about the COVID vaccine for a second, and I got to run in 7 minutes. But you know, in that case, we're basing it off of these really short period trials, aren't we? Like, wasn't the data like extremely short?
Yes, but you're forgetting the context in which it was in. It was during a pandemic in which a rapidly spreading virus was unaliving thousands of people a day, and the government had to have a policy. And so scientists were rushing to get as much data as possible in order to come to some sort of basic conclusion. And science, if you know anything about science, science changes over time. It's built into the system. And so, of course, our guidance on COVID was bound to change because things change in science. As you gain more data, you are bound to change things. At the time, that was our best guidance. And looking back, we probably say, yes, we should have changed this or we should have changed that. But we can't change it because at that time, in that singular moment, we made the best choice given the data that we had.
Yeah, and I know that that's the case, and I think at the time I thought the same. But I think here, as we're seeing, and we're going to continue to see, I think, with a lot of these drugs that are rushed to market, that there are potential long-term effects. And so you should have the choice. I feel like there should have been presented more data and more choice, understood the risks, also understood that, and like what Parker was saying, which is like the vaccine was.
You're muted, Parker, by the way. I don't know if you're talking or not, but.
Sorry, I'm on mute because there's so much feedback. So we're several years later.
Sorry.
We're several years later, and what does the data say?
I wasn't finished. That there was continually, there had to be these like updated vaccines to try and keep up with the mutation, right? And so you had to kind of keep taking them, but you're always behind. And so there was this whole push to kind of like take these vaccines that were not exposed to the proper trial periods, even though it was known, especially like, maybe the first vaccine we were like under crazy duress, but then like, the boosters and the stuff after that, I think we at that point kind of knew like, okay, you get this and it's really not going to do much because like a new variant's going to come out and your vaccine's not going to really work. So I think that like my booster was the one that caused the issues. For me, at least, that's the one that I felt right away. And that was like however many years after. And so, yeah, I mean, I think I got to run. I got to go in 4 minutes.
What's the data said? What are the long-term impacts of the vaccine? What happened? Did any of those come out? Like you guys said that they were going to come out at some point. When did they happen?
Vaccine injuries?
Yeah, like the long-term ones that you guys said were going to come about, where like we were going to start like all dying off. Like 2/3 of the population was just going to be executed by the satanic demons that were killing us through the vaccine. Like, what point was going to happen? 5G is going to kill us at what point?
Now you're putting words in my mouth. What satanic demons? They don't.
No, I'm talking about all the conspiracies people made during COVID. None of them came true. They're all fucking bullshit. Okay. Right, and people should have gotten vaccinated. We have good data to indicate that it's effective. The fact that you're still perpetuating this bullshit misinformation 5 years fucking later is crazy to me. Insane. Have a good day. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Dude, I can't even fathom that people still to this day are doing that. Like, I was talking to people like that all the pandemic. I just want to let people know. That's what honestly, what my platform.
Well, I mean, honestly, and I feel a little bit sorry. I mean, honestly, his judgment was clouded because, he was personally injured, or he thinks he was, and then he had a family member, which I understand why he thinks that way. But you have to kind of remove the emotion from it and look at it from a data point. And when you do that, like, his point doesn't stand. So.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Or sorry, I tried to unmute him and I muted him. How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, everyone, do give it a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a second. We're trying to get someone up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Juliana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much on Venmo. Ashley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. It definitely does. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Paige, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? As well as Sunny, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. They said that they have PTOS from COVID as well. And I was vaccinated but had COVID a couple times prior. The studies show that it is more common from COVID, between COVID. No direct link from the vaccine, apparently. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We have at least another 40 minutes or so left on the stream, 45 minutes at least. And then I'll probably be on until Dean hops on. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, start the OnlyFans. I'm horny, please, bro.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
The election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have some people to think, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. Let me thank some people. Alrighty for the people over on YouTube. Joel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. Exactly. None of them will ever do that because they want to live with the rest of society. So, like, I just don't know why they can't provide back for it. Martin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Base, thank you so much. Thank you. Macy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why they do that. It's absolutely insane. Ryan, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I have seen that one as well. It's actually diabolical. The percentage change difference. Trevor, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much, Trevor. Put some W's for Trevor in the comment section. Brandon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. They said they had long COVID. And had ended up with heart issues due to it. 4 years later, I had a heart attack at 32 years old. If people like him would have taken it seriously, that wouldn't have happened. True. Thank you so much, Brandon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Bridget, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely do think it was. Jolish, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much, Jolish. Trevor, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. James Bond Tube, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. It did save millions, literally millions of lives. Funny name, thank you for the $5. Ryan with the $5. Kate for cards, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Megaroni, thank you for the $10. Brandon, thank you for the $5. Joe, thank you for the $5. Yasmin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Definitely crazy. Definitely crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, we'll be on live for another 45 minutes at least. Everyone, just letting y'all know. But before I do so, actually, Justina, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. And Michelle, thank you for the $1. It must have just been in certain areas. But yeah. Oh, okay. Why do you support Trump?
So, just want to let you know, Parker, thank you for what you do, because I was a hardcore Trump supporter, and I kind of feel like I was like under a spell, kind of, and you've been kind of helping me wake up a little bit. I remember back, I voted for Hillary Clinton, and then after that, I noticed how the mainstream media loved Hillary, and they would talk really bad about Trump. So I started liking
So
Trump.
you don't support Trump anymore?
Well, I'm kind of, it's hard to get off of it's because if you asked me if I would vote for Kamala or Trump all over again, I'd probably still do Trump. I'm sorry, Kamala. Just because it's like the better of two, it's because they painted, man, you know, Charlie Kirk, when he would have those debates and people would go up to Charlie Kirk and no one could really like out debate him except when you went up to him. That's when I started following you, because I'm like, wait a minute, he's really smart, and maybe we have been fooled. And I just feel like the right did a really great job when it came to convincing people, you know, with like fear tactics. Like I kind of was against the trans, you know, women in men's sports. I mean, men and women's sports. And then I got scared about the invasion of our country, open borders. And so I would, you know,
I feel like they are trolling too. Let's just go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. I do apologize if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
A little bit, I guess.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
It's a hard one, but I guess Trump.
Is this the guy that's gonna tell me to?
No, I'm not going to troll today, I promise.
Wait, you're not a Trump supporter.
It's kind of debatable.
No, you're not. That's the hit of a Blink person. I'm pretty sure, at least. Is that not? I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only sending guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yep.
Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Real patriots hate Trump.
Nice. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger, fucking nigger.
You're disgusting. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and
2018.
what month? 18? What month?
December 18th. December 18th.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I think his policy is good. I think, he controls his country with a good mindset, a patriot mindset. Really wants the best for the people. I get he's not perfect, but I think overall, compared to Harris, he was a better option. Obviously, he's a lot of flaws. I don't like how I just want to get ask you a question about something I don't really know much on, but we'll get that later. I think Harris, there would have been more wars, more, just chaos under her. But there's still a lot of
Trump started a war with Iran.
Yeah. I know. Let me just get the question out of the way. So the Greek gas prices, is that Trump's fault or is that just like a?
It's Trump's fault. He started the war with Iran, which caused your gas prices to go up.
But Iran doesn't have any more nuclear weapons though, so I'd rather be safe than spending have a couple of dollars.
The JCPOA prevented them from developing nuclear weapons because we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. So Trump pulled us out of that, which caused them to increase their enrichment level of uranium. So the whole issue here in the first place is actually a byproduct of Trump.
And did you see, Parker, that today the new policy proposal that Trump is reviewing, that he's kind of sort of said that he might sign on to, is basically the exact same as Obama's thing, except it's just a little bit weaker. So he wasted this whole fucking time to just sign back on to the exact same thing, but it's actually worse because it doesn't have any actual way to make the nuclear arsenal go down. So he's just bad at policy. He just is.
Well, so you're saying that he wasn't the reason why Iran doesn't have any more nuclear weapons? He was the reason why they're really much threat.
He's getting a watered down version of the JCPOA, right? Which is what was already established under Obama and is the original agreement that he pulled us out of.
Whatever that is, I'm happy Iran is not really much of a threat anymore because they seem, very they seem to pose the.
We haven't really touched their nuke though. They're uranium. We haven't touched it, which is why they're still trying to negotiate, trying to get them to get rid of it.
From where I'm from, Iraq, I've had we hate Iran, so a lot of us Iraqis like what Trump's doing in Iran because they've really been bad to us pretty much our whole lives. They've bombed us. The Iranian people have, said a lot of bad stuff to us. So I kind of see why my people, support that decision of Trump. I know now all this, stuff is good, but that's one of the big reasons why I knew he was a good fit over Harris because I knew he was going to, impose stuff like that. So what do you say about that?
So I don't think that it's been beneficial to the region at all. I think it's led to worse off conditions. We have less political concessions under the agreement that Trump's going to set up than what we had under the JCPOA. So I don't understand what benefit we have.
Wait, so what's the JCPOA? I'm not the best dude.
It's an agreement that we had with Iran under the Obama administration, which prevented them from enriching uranium past 3.7%.
Okay, so yeah, I want to fact check that, but
go ahead, look it up. Give him a second. I won't be able to hear you while you're out of the app. Just letting you know. So just come, look at it, find it, and then come back once every.
Wait, could you tell me what the search up real quick though?
JCPOI.
JCPOI. All right.
Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree, the bio as well in the description of the YouTube, so you can support me over YouTube Super Chat.
I see you're saying so it limited the Iran nuclear power, but it didn't fully.
No, it doesn't. They can't weaponize it at that level.
Oh, I'm looking confused.
You can't weaponize it until 90%.
Like the amount they set, he's saying that they couldn't make nuclear weapons with that level of like limitation.
That's true.
Yes, at 3.7%, it can't. Definitely not.
All right, that's definitely good to know. Yeah. Well, thank you, man. I'm just trying to get more educated and stuff. I don't really think Trump's the good, really a really good.
You wouldn't vote for him?
I mean, over Harris, I would.
Why?
To be honest, I don't think Harris. I just don't think she'd be able to really handle anything really good.
What makes you think
I just
that?
don't know. I mean, I just don't think she's a good leader for the United States.
And what makes you think that?
I saw the previous administration.
Like when I saw the previous administration with her and Joe Biden, I just feel like that put a reputation on.
Okay, what about what they did under their administration?
The economy.
I mean, the economy.
Can I talk to the person in the background?
Yeah. Talk. Yeah, I'm lucky dumb. So just talk.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, bro? Are you above age of 18?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm his twin brother. Yeah.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I honestly in politics now, like, I don't really like either candidate. I just think he goes with more of my views. Like, I don't really like politics that much.
So, like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, but that's just because of what I saw earlier in the administration beforehand,
Okay.
like the
Like what?
Biden administration, like his Biden's foreign policy. I feel
What
like
about Biden's foreign policy?
like just with like, I'm not mad about what he like helping Ukraine and stuff, but kind of overdid it. I feel like the foreign policy also led to the economy being worse off than it was. I get
Trump,
that, like,
Trump admitted he was wrong with Ukraine. And then in terms of the economy is better off than what it is right now. Trump caused the economy to be worse off right now with his war. He started with Iran. The Russia-Ukraine war was not started by Biden.
No, I know it wasn't started by. I'm saying just the way he handled it was, in my opinion, a little. I get that the economy's worse right now. But I think as soon as it ends, I think the prices will begin to drop.
His own administration says that they're not likely to drop this year. In fact, they may even go into summer of 2027.
Did he not just have an interview in the Oval Office where he said?
No, that's what Trump says. But people in his administration, the people who actually know what they're talking about and actually have like expertise in the area, they're saying that they're not likely to drop. If anything, they're going to increase, and then they may start coming down next year. But as long as the strait is closed, it's going to take months just to get ships to be going back through it. So through the summer, you could easily see $5 gas and like on average through the summer, and that's not going to go down anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I also don't think he was handling this one as well as he could have either, because I don't know who was talking to, one of my friends yesterday or the other day. I was telling him like closing all these straits, like it's not really beneficial for us either. It's not really helping. I mean, it's not really hurting them. Like, I guess they can't export. Is that what it does? They can't export oil and goods, so they can't make money. Like, is that how it works?
Yeah, but it harms the global markets to a very high extent.
Yeah, that's why. Because I get not wanting to export, but we eradicated all their like so-called like deadly weapons. So I don't really understand what allowing them to export does.
You eradicated their deadly weapons? What deadly weapons?
Like, I'm saying the weapons that they had, did we not bomb a lot of their military bases?
Are you trying to say the nuclear power plants? Or not nuclear power plants, nuclear enrichment facilities? So those were bombed about a year ago.
So what was like the most recent thing that we like eradicated from them, I guess?
Okay, are you the person that's driving?
Yeah, I'm driving.
I do have to go on to the next person. It is
No, I'm not driving though.
I know you're not, but I since I was talking to him, I do have to go on to the next person anyway. I am gonna go on to the next person anyway. It didn't really seem like there was much to go over there more. Anyway, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
October.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump. I think like the current state of U.S. politics really needs like a villain. You know what I'm saying? Because just in general, like the trend that we've been seeing in the U.S. politics, like with both the Republicans and Democrats, it's like it's really sketch, right? Like we're seeing like reduced like quality of life. We're seeing like increased inflation. We're seeing an economy that's not really livable for like the common working class people, and
So that's
we need
because
like.
of Trump, right?
I mean, to some
Like,
extent,
he's
yeah,
making
but
those
I'd
things
also say,
worse.
Democrats are not doing much that makes it so much better.
Okay, so are you like left wing and you're just an accelerationist?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay, so you want to purposefully harm people. You
I
know
don't
that
wanna
it'll be worse for
purposefully
them,
harm
but you want to harm them because you think harming them will inevitably get them to realize that they're being harmed.
No, like not to that extent, but I
That's
think
exactly what you're saying, though. So I have a question: would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies, right? Because we need a
no.
villain
I
over
mean,
Kamala
absolutely
Harris.
not, because
Wait, so then
nobody
what's the
else is
relevant
voting
difference between
for
Donald Trump,
Jeffrey Epstein.
right, versus Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies that would make you vote for one but not the other over Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, because Kamala Harris isn't going to do anything to the greater political system to the extent that we need to see for America to continue.
Okay, so then
to
that same
survive.
thing would be true specifically for referencing Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies. So why wouldn't you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris?
I mean, I guess in that circumstance, if Jeffrey Epstein had the same traction as Donald Trump, then yeah, I think
You
they're
would?
equivalent evils.
So
Yeah,
even if you
personal
knew
standpoint,
that
yeah.
Donald Trump raped kids, you'd still vote for him?
Do we not know that?
Oh, okay. I know a lot of people dispute that. You know that, so you know that he raped kids, and yet you still support him for president. You still want him to be president.
Well, I mean, on the flip side, if you have like a Democrat who's
So
also
there's
like,
literally nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
I mean, I don't think I support very many of his policies, but it's not like any Democratic policies or like
Is
very
there
many
anything
Democratic
Trump could do
policies.
that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, have
Such
an
as?
actual another electoral candidate that actually presents social welfare policies in like a way that actually like helps the working class
Oh, like Harris's policies?
to some extent.
Do you
Yeah,
think
but I don't think
universal
Harris's
healthcare? Do you
policies
think
work
universal
enough.
healthcare would help the working class?
Do you think Harris would actually
Can you answer the
bring
question? Do you think?
universal?
I think that she advocated for that and wanted to pass it, and if she had enough votes in Congress, she would be able to get that passed. Yes, but
Yeah,
we
but
rely
she's not
upon getting
having
the
enough
votes.
votes in Congress.
Okay, well then you wouldn't be able to get that regardless of the candidate. So even if you had the candidate that you wanted, you couldn't get the votes in Congress. So what's your point? So then why
But
would you vote for this random candidate that you're referencing rather than Harris? Like, what's the relevant difference?
well, the relevant difference is that that potential candidate post Trump would have the potential to like actually create pervasive change.
Okay, so would you vote for Harris now?
Would I vote for if there
Harris versus
wasn't
Vance, who would you rather vote for?
probably Harris.
Wow, so you would vote for Harris over Vance, but you wouldn't vote for Harris over Trump? You're nuts. You're so nuts. It's unbelievable. You'd vote for Harris over Vance, but not Harris over Trump. That makes zero sense, dude.
Okay, my fault. I was low key.
Okay, yeah, definitely trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I didn't mean to join, so
You're good. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen if you want to support me as always. Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Yo.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Harris for sure.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. By the way, for people who ask, why do you ask people the question of who they would vote for after asking them why they support Trump? Good example right there. Because people will say they support Trump and then be like, I'd rather vote for Harris. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, I'm not a MAGA, but so a little bit. I've never heard it put accelerationist, but more just I want a strong executive, a strong presidency.
Okay. So you want a strong presidency and you want to put someone in the position of presidency who's less strong.
I want someone in the position of presidency who's going to expand presidential power.
Okay. And
So,
even
like-
if it's in a bad way.
Kind of. I mean, yeah, I
So
struggle with that. but
would
yeah.
you have voted for Hitler?
I don't know what
You
the
don't know?
deal was with Hitler. And
You don't
who-
know what the
who is
deal
he
was
up
with
against?
Hitler.
I don't know what that's such an abstract question.
No, it's not.
no,
It's
I
really
wouldn't
easy.
have-
Would you vote
No,
for
I
Hitler?
would-
my
I would not vote
really
for
easy
Hitler.
question. And my response
he
is
was-
no.
He was a dictator. Did he get elected?
Yes.
Okay. Well, no, I wouldn't vote for Hitler. That's a random question, but no.
I'm sorry. Like,
That's just a so obviously you wouldn't vote for Hitler, okay? But he would expand the presidential powers.
Hitler would?
Yeah.
I think Hitler privatized a lot. He wasn't. He was like. It's
You
like
think
I feel
Hitler
like people
expanded presidential powers? I think that's an obvious yes.
I'm sure in some ways, but I think he privatized a lot of things. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that
What?
history.
Adolf Hitler is not Milton Friedman.
Okay, I don't.
Adolf Hitler believed in nationalizing industries, if anything.
But why are we
And then
talking
plenty
about
of-
history? Let's talk about current.
because the
events.
point
Like,
that
okay,
because you said that you would vote for Trump because he's expanding presidential powers, and I'm just saying expansion of presidential powers does not mean they're doing so in a good way.
I mean, I don't want expansion at any cost. I think in the times we're in right now, we need a stronger executive because Congress is too divided. You know, the legislative gets nothing done. So,
How is Trump being a stronger executive?
like so he went after ABC. You know, his FCC is charging major media companies.
So going after free
Hitler.
speech?
Yeah,
like Hitler.
basically. I think. I mean, like that. Like it's framed as like, oh, everyone must love free
Wait,
speech.
I have a question. So
but-
would you still support Trump if he got me kicked off of social media purposefully and tried to ban me because he didn't like that I was anti-Trump?
I've only watched you. I mean, and you weren't saying anything hateful. Like you weren't already.
Everything
breaking-
I've already done, just right now. Like this is all
I've
my
only
content.
listened a couple times, but no, like I don't think that would be right. But in the same sense that when a Democrat or more progressive president comes in, they're going to have it's setting precedent is what I care less about his moral issues or himself or what he thinks.
So
I
you
think
don't care
he's
about the
lying most of
implications
the
on
time.
you don't care about the implications on the country. You just want there to be precedents that we
No.
can ban other people's speech.
Yeah, but I do care about. I mean, I think
That
that
sounds
is the
horrible.
implication.
That sounds
the
horrible. 'cause
implication.
Republican gets in office, they ban liberals. Democrat gets in office, they ban conservatives, and the cycle repeats over and over again. That sounds horrible.
I don't think it needs to be a
Yeah, like-
cycle. I mean, you think it's going to
Yeah.
be like that
Yeah,
forever?
inevitably, yes. Inevitably, you create that precedent,
And-
that will happen. I will literally not be able to go on the internet and speak about my views when a Republican's in office, if that's the general precedence that exists. Because we don't have a precedence like that, that is what causes us to have our freedom to be able to call out the injustices within our system. If you do not allow for freedom of speech, then you will not have freedom to call out injustice. Okay?
Yeah, but at what
and yes, freedom of
cost?
speech doesn't. Yeah, of course, there are costs to it. But you have to acknowledge
Mm,
that you have to be able to have that protesting power. You have to be able to have that First Amendment right to be able to call out injustice in the very first place. If you don't have it, inevitably that right will be eroded.
I think that sounds like a nice story, but it's untrue.
That's
factually.
not just a nice story. That is the reality.
Well, I think I hear a lot of people commenting on, the Constitution, free speech, and they act like,
actually, quite literally, that's not a nice story. That's not a nice story. I would love for it to just be the speech I like, and for there not to be speech that I don't like. That would be fucking amazing, right? But we don't live in that world. Okay, that's not a story that makes things seem nice. That's reality for what it is.
You don't have a problem with the current censorship. You're on TikTok. People can't say unalive. People are changing their language, like unalive. And,
that's a private company, though. I'm talking about from the federal government perspective.
Still censoring so you're okay with private companies censoring you, but not the government.
Yes.
Oh, I'm more anti-private industry. I think when everyone quotes the Constitution and freedom of speech, they don't realize that most of the legal outcomes are for big businesses, and corporations are the ones utilizing the Constitution.
Okay, but do you think social media should be owned by the government?
I would be okay with a government-run social media. Yeah,
that sounds atrocious.
I don't
I'm sorry.
Think it should be the only
I want government-run programs, but a government-run social media sounds like hellscape. Holy shit, dude. Because if we had to apply freedom of speech rights to literally what people are saying on the internet, that would be horrible. That's atrocious. I don't want to live on a platform like that.
From private companies now, and the government push it. You don't think the government influences?
Yeah, but I don't want all of the social media companies to be on a government-run platform, dude.
I mean, it's not so dissimilar now, in my view. Okay, so are you okay with Newsmax and the Bannon show saying these insightful kind of provocative things all the time to clickbait people? Are you just okay with it being like that forever?
I don't think they should be put in prison unless they actively tell people to commit violence.
Down and censored? Should those programs be censored?
If they actively tell people to do violence, yes. But if they don't actively tell people to do violence, I don't see what the argument would be.
What about Alex? What was that? The InfoWars guy, Alex
Jones.
He didn't incite violence, but what he did was really terrible, and he paid for it. I think. Yeah, that's why
there's a court process that exists for that. Yeah,
and it's not happening with.
That's called defamation.
If you have enough money, it doesn't apply to you. Like all these bigger companies just can ignore that, basically.
Okay, so then let's ensure that companies are held accountable. I don't dispute you on that, but
I
don't see how that's an argument for a government-run social media platform.
Well, I feel like it's an argument that Congress isn't able to do it right now, or they would have. So we need one executive person. Maybe it's not going to be Trump.
That's not how it works.
Way, but
that's not how it works, because he could get shot down by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would.
What about
the Supreme Court would counteract that, as that's against the First Amendment rights. So you don't understand how the Constitution works. You don't understand how the Supreme Court works. You don't understand how the law works at all. What the fuck are you saying as a reason to why to support Trump?
Didn't they allow him to fire the head of the FCC?
Who? The Trump?
The Supreme Court.
I mean, I don't see how that changes anything here. I'm confused.
I mean, that's precedent that's set now. So the future president...
Did he get rid of
be able to
Matt, did he get rid of the FCC head?
FEC?
I mean, the guy...
Yeah.
FCC,
yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, FCC is Brendan Carr, right? He was appointed.
Who was the previous one? I think.
The previous. Yeah, I mean, that's what they already do that.
Brendan Carr's his guy. He got his guy in there, and he kicked out the old guy.
Yeah, I'm confused what you brought that up for.
And the Supreme Court it was constitutionally, who knows? So the Supreme
but what's
Court
not constitutionally allowed is for them to violate free speech rights. So if the FCC had acts in such a way in which violates free speech, that's going to be shot down by the Supreme Court if they continue to follow laws like that.
People say free speech because everyone is going to have to love free speech. What do you mean specifically?
Wait, what speech do you want to limit? Wait, what speech do you want to limit?
Oh, he means the FTC.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, there was basically all the bureaucracy is
I'm not sure.
It. But I don't want to limit protesting, obviously. I think people should be able to assemble and protest their government.
But what do you want to limit?
I think Citizens United type of stuff. I think the
you want to overturn Citizens United?
Yeah. I mean,
What
do you think
else?
lobbying is free speech? That type of
No,
I think
I agree
the
with overturning Citizens United, but I'm confused with that. How that means you want to expand the executive. The executive doesn't have the ability to overturn Citizens United.
I mean, but I think a future, I don't think Trump will, but a future president could come in and put down, I'm going to make the new board of the bureaucracy that's the board of election or lobbying supervision. And they say, hey, you have to fill out all this paperwork. You have to make it this transparent. It's basically a transparency issue is, I think, how it starts is we need more transparency.
Okay,
And I think the president could do that.
So by the way, I want more transparency. Let me vote for the least transparent motherfucker I could possibly choose.
I don't know if that's. I mean,
That's
think
literally you. That's literally you, dude.
Trump is I admit he's a liar. He's dishonest, but I feel like
the
he's the
least
most
transparent person you could have chose.
Okay, but do you agree? I feel like he's the most revealing about what his true intentions and what not
No,
intentionally.
I disagree.
Revealing, but I think it's very clear.
He's a pathological liar. What are you talking about?
But what do you think his goals are? For me,
It depends.
I think
enriching himself, not going to prison,
and I think
protecting
that's
his
very
buddies in the Epstein files.
I totally agree,
and
I think that's
protecting
very
himself in
clear
the files.
and obvious by his conduct. Like, I'm not saying he's telling the truth, but he's not tricking anyone in the know. He's not tricking them as to what he's after. He's after money and he's after influence. He's trying to, I don't even think he's particularly religious, but he's trying to help the Christian people because they support him. I feel like Biden, Harris were more, what they said, they didn't lie to your face, but it's like what they don't include. They were more mysterious type of thing. I couldn't read
Within
them
what
as
way?
well
Tell
as I
me.
read
Be
Trump.
specific.
About what? About
Be specific in what way? How are they more mysterious?
Well, I think the first thing is like Trump is just, I feel like I can read him. So one thing, it just comes off that Trump is not mysterious. For Biden and Obama, or not Obama, Biden and Harris, they try to skirt the line. Like, I don't know where they stand on, Israel and Palestine. I feel like in their
made
hearts,
that clear. They've made that clear.
I feel like in their, okay, but here's how I see it is like, I see them as, in their hearts, they don't want genocide and they support Palestine, but they won't say that. They won't come out and be honest about that because they need to kind of ride the fence.
Well, I think they claim there's humanitarian crisis. They think that the way that Israel's conducting itself is wrong, but they criticize that, but then they won't make the same sort of criticisms or understandings that we will. I don't think that they call it a genocide.
Yeah, so it's just contradictions that come out as mystery. It's like
I don't think that's a contradiction. I think that that's just they disagree with you.
I mean, you can't come out. I feel like it's dishonest to come out and say, I don't support genocide. I support human rights. And then, but Israel should be able to lobby us. And Israel is really our friend over. It's dishonest. I think it's dishonest. And I don't know how they really feel. And that's the issue. For Trump, I know he's just after money. At least I'm certain of that.
So because you can identify that Trump has bad intentions, but you can't identify the intentions for Harris for some reason, you decide to vote for Trump?
I mean, I don't think wanting money is necessarily a bad intention. Why is wealth an inherently bad intention?
You just said he's just trying to make money off the presidency. That's bad because it can lead to corruption.
He's trying to make money in any way possible, and that's
called corruption. I don't think that presidents should be able to make money from the presidency. That's called corruption to me.
But that's the same thing. Like, I don't think he didn't start this fire. He's accelerated it. But with Biden and Harris,
so why would you want someone to accelerate the fire? Like, if you want to get rid of the fire, why would you want someone to accelerate the fire?
No, I didn't say that. I said he did accelerate. I'm saying all presidents before him have been corrupt in some way, have been taking lobbying money. They wait and sell a book afterwards. They give,
that's fine. That's after the president. I don't give a shit. That's after the presidency. I'm talking about from the presidency.
What do you mean from the presidency?
Who gives a fuck if a president decides to release a book after they get out of office? Good for them. I don't give a shit.
Well,
I'm talking about. That's actually something I think they should be able to do. I'm talking about from the position of the presidency. Right? Exploiting your position as president to do this. There's a big difference between fucking selling a book about your life and about being president of the United States after you're president. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Comparative to making money while in the position of presidency, like dropping a meme coin and fucking rug pulling it. Dude, you are okay with him causing a massive fire, like putting. Let's say there was a fire in a house. You're okay with him setting half the country on fire.
This is a crazy analogy. I'm
No, it's
okay
not.
with
He
it.
called.
I would rather if my boss is gonna be corrupt, I would rather him be visibly corrupt than like secretly, doing stuff that I can't tell on it. At least now we know
I'm
where
sorry,
more
if
of
you
the
if you
holes
say
are.
that you can identify the aspects that you disagree with on the Democrats, well then you can't identify it. What the fuck are you talking about? It's easier to identify less things than more things. Do you agree?
It's easier to.
So if
Sure.
Trump's lying all the time, you have to keep using your method identification to always identify when he's lying. If someone lies every once in a while, right? Well, then it's less things you have to identify where they lied. So
But
that's
it's
less
not
things
just
to hold people
lying and
accountable for.
truth.
Why wouldn't you want a better basis to respond to? I'm sorry, I can't.
It's
I
it's
can't have this conversation anymore. This is just so stupid. I can't do it. I'm not going to do it anymore. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Nigger, fucking black nigger,
You're
fucking black nigger,
disgusting. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Do you support Trump?
I support those who hate vegans. Vegans are the problem, not the solution.
What? What did vegans do to you, bro? Vegans literally did nothing to you, bro.
Rough.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All problems in the world. Oh my god, vegans! Vegans cause them. It's actually all the vegans. The vegans cause all problems in the world. It rained today. Vegans! How dare you, vegans! Morgan, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. How dare you, vegans cause it to rain? Oh my gosh, how horrible, actually. It's so atrocious. Vegans cause it to rain. They cause it to snow. They cause it to be cold outside, actually. It's too hot outside because of vegans, okay? Every problem in my life, vegans. Yo, what's about you?
It's the vegans' fault.
It is the vegans. Let's go to the next individual. Jenny, think of the corgi. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We have almost no Trump supporters because they're all scared of debating me, actually. Okay, everybody, look at that. There's 6,800 people in the stream, everybody. And the Trump supporters are scared to debate us like you've never seen before. Thank you so much for the fist bump. Thank you very much. They're so terrified. There's not a single Trump supporter in the box. Not a single one. So if you're a Trump supporter above the age of I can't even speak, above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen because of the vegans. Okay, please. Let's go to the next person.
Nobody's
Yo, what's up,
scared
how
of
old-
vegan.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We have no Trump supporters. Actually, none. Actually, none, chat.
Badness.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
You might be back on.
Oh, accident. Isn't this like a troll? Are you a troll?
No, but maybe you should stop kicking people who you have productive conversations with because it irritates you, you softy.
That wasn't a productive conversation, the last person I was talking to.
Just saying.
Alexis, think of the hand art. Well, I mean, are you just mad that you got dog walked by me? Is that what it is?
You got annoyed and kicked me yesterday because you're a softy.
Oh, for what? What was the reason I kicked you?
It was, I was talking about the Trump sexual assault case and how New York did it a year later, and then now you just claim it to be rape.
It is rape?
It was
Rape.
sexual assault at the time.
Can you define rape?
Forcefully penetrating.
Oh, Wait, I kicked you off because you said that you wouldn't say that Jewish people were murdered in the Holocaust.
I said unalived.
Well, yeah. So, do you agree Jewish people were murdered in the Holocaust?
Under our view, sure. Under Hitler's view, no.
Obviously, but like under our view, yes, we would. So you wouldn't be like, oh, under the law at that time, it wasn't murder, therefore I don't consider it murder. You wouldn't say that, right? Under your own view, you consider it to be murder.
Under my view, yeah.
Of course.
But then you brought up like
so we're talking
stuff.
about your view. Okay, so under your view, is it rape? Is forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will rape?
At that time, it's not, because that's not what the law was.
No, I'm asking you under your own view. Under your own view, do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
Now it is, yeah. But just because someone was charged
okay,
with
so
that, I'm not
you
gonna
do
say
believe
that
it's
they're
rape. Okay,
rapist.
so then you do believe, based upon your own definition of the term rape, that E. Jean Carroll was raped.
Back then, no. Right now,
Dude, I'm
yes.
asking you based upon your own definition. I'm not asking you anything about anything else. Your own definition, under your own view.
No.
No. Okay, so you don't think forceful penetration of
That's
a
not
woman's
what he was charged with.
He was charged with forcefully penetrating her with against her will. Do you agree?
Yeah, but that's not what it was at the time.
Oh, wait, hold on. So if you agree, then do you think that's rape?
You're like straw manning me.
I'm not straw manning shit. You're the man straw manning right now. You don't even realize
You're being
it.
disingenuous.
Okay, yeah. Say I'm also paid by the DNC.
No.
Exactly.
But you do brainwash a lot of these people.
You're brainwashed, my guy. We're not brainwashed. You are brainwashed.
I'm definitely not.
If you are not brainwashed, type a 3 in the comment section.
No, I can't wait for all the users to pop up.
Look at all the people who aren't brainwashed. Look at that.
Dude, Parker,
look at that. Look at all the unbrainwashed people, actually.
Unbrainwashed.
Like Sammy, thank you for the $5 for being unbrainwashed. Thank you so much. Keith, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much for being unbrainwashed. Thank you very much. Tuesday, thank you for the $5 for being unbrainwashed. And same thing with you, Stacy. Thank you for the $1 for being unbrainwashed. As well as Fasi, thank you so much for the $6 for being unbrainwashed. Thank you.
You just pivot so much. It's ridiculous.
Well, you're brainwashed.
What happened to you, Parker? You used to have 40 people in the box.
Trump supporters aren't willing to debate me anymore. That's what happened. You guys
Maybe
got
because you
TDS,
kicked
Trump
them
devotion syndrome, and you won't come up on the
Maybe
live to
because
actually.
you kicked them all because of your softness.
It's not because I'm soft. It's because you guys can't actually engage in debate.
Like, you're literally like my fucking ex. Oh my god, I can't do this. I believe you. Bye.
Wow, you just kind of owned yourself without realizing it. I'm with
Not
your
really.
ex. I'm glad that she left you.
Well, she was raped back then by her father and like blood condition order. So I mean, I don't give a fuck about.
Why
that
did you
bitch.
why the fuck did you just randomly say that? You fucking disgusting fuck.
Free speech, Bubs.
You're disgusting. That doesn't mean you get to fucking say whatever you want, you fucking weirdo.
That's what free speech is.
No, shut the
dumbass.
fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you ever say
You
some
need a baby
disgusting?
bottle.
No, I'm happy that she left you. It's good. Exactly. You just proved exactly why she left you. You fucking disgusting piece of shit.
I'm happy too. I
This
got a
is
better
why
one.
you call everyone soft for calling you a horrible person. Literally, you can't just be a horrible person and then just say everyone is soft for saying that you're horrible. Because that's not us being in the wrong. That's you being a horrible person. And by the way, you share private information to say F her and to literally call her the B word because you're a disgusting fucking piece of shit. And you deserve to fucking hear this because you actually, for some reason, get off on the fact that people find you disgusting, that people find you horrible. And what I'm telling you, that's not constructive towards a better world. You need to seek help. You don't fucking do things to actually help people when you go on a platform in front of thousands of people and you say disgusting shit like that. You know that, right?
So I'm supposed to care what other people think of me?
Yes, you should care what other people think of you when you do wrong. That's called empathy. That's called caring about you doing something wrong. That's called guilt. Those are basic human emotions. Yeah, if you
I
do
just
something
don't have
wrong
that.
and people tell you that you did something wrong, you should feel bad about that. You should be able to acknowledge
better
that. That's called
girlfriend,
human
light skin.
decency.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Yeah, you don't because you're
decency-
human garbage. You're like
human
literal
decency
human
left
garbage.
left this earth like
You are
years
literal
ago.
human garbage. and then you try to act like it's us being wrong or us being soft for saying that you're a horrible person. That's called sociopathic
I don't
behavior.
care because I know who I am, so I don't care. Those
Okay,
are all opinions.
and who are you?
I'm a great dude in the eyes of my
Really?
friends and family.
Who? How so? If you, wait, would you say those things to your family?
I wouldn't
Would
say
you
it
say
in
those
that
things
matter,
to your
but
family?
I wouldn't say it in that matter, but I would say
So
it
you
to
wouldn't
them.
say it in that manner because you know that it was bad.
No, because it's not respectful. I respect
Exactly, it's not respectful. So do you see what I mean? So you'll sit there and you'll be like that, and you think it's totally okay for you to do, but your family would not be okay if they heard you say, they heard you do this? If they heard you say that? Your family would not think the same thing they think
like
right now, would they?
There's a difference.
So
I
your family
respect
only
them. I
thinks
don't
that because they
respect
don't know
everybody
who
else.
you are, because they don't know what you've done.
Okay, I don't respect other people.
You don't respect other people. Exactly what I mean.
don't.
Exactly.
Just
So
like
why
other
should
people
we
don't respect me.
respect you?
I'm not asking you to.
Okay, so in terms of this, like you would want your family to be respected, right?
By me, yeah.
Okay, and you don't care if other people respect your family?
I mean,
Like
I
if
feel
someone
some type-
disrespected your
I mean, I
family,
feel some
you'd have
type
no
of way,
issue
but
with that, right?
I'm not gonna let it affect my day.
So you wouldn't tell them to stop.
I mean, I would tell them, like, I guess, like, and I mean, I don't have no power over other people, though.
Okay, so if someone said something horrible to your family, you wouldn't be like, "That's horrible. Don't
Like,
say that."
like,
What the
okay,
fuck?
okay, so define horrible. Like, what are they saying?
Oh, if they said that they wanted your family to be killed.
I mean, yeah, it's not going to sit right with me, but I mean,
Would you say that's horrible? Don't say that. That's fucked up. Don't do that. Get away from me. Would you say
I'd
something
say
like
you
that?
can try. I mean,
You wouldn't tell them that to stop. That's horrible.
I'm not their father.
Okay, what if they said that they would assault your family members?
Oh, like, you're bringing up all these hypotheticals. Like,
Yeah, I'm
if they
asking. So,
ever-
like in that circumstance, they said, "Would you
If
say
they
that's
did, that's
horrible?
when-
Don't do that. That's
if-
fucked up. What is wrong with you?" Would you say
if
that?
they did, that's like when the Second Amendment right comes out.
Okay, so doesn't that sound like based on your own argument? By the way, you'd call yourself a snowflake. I just want to let you know.
No, I was.
Yeah, based upon your own argument, you would
didn't-
call yourself a snowflake. Because when I
I
call out
had-
your horrible
I
and
had an
disgusting
image in my
behavior,
head.
when I call out your horrible and disgusting behavior, right, you are just going to call me soft. That's not being soft. That's called being strong enough to call out your disgusting behavior and willing to hold you accountable for it. That's not being
Opinions are
soft.
like
That's called
assholes.
holding
Everybody
you
has them.
accountable.
Opinion.
Yeah, of course, that's my opinion. Can you engage with the opinion?
Yeah, but I engaged with that opinion.
No,
5
you didn't.
minutes
You just
ago.
said it was an opinion, dumbass.
I said I'm respected by my friends and family. I don't need to be respected.
You
by
wouldn't
anybody
be
else.
respected if
And
they
I'm
heard you
respected-
in terms of what
and-
you're saying.
And I'm
They wouldn't
respected by my
they wouldn't
new
they wouldn't
lovely
respect
girlfriend.
you if you acted like this in front of them.
Well, because I have respect for them.
Oh, exactly. So you wouldn't treat them like that. You
No,
wouldn't
why would I
say
treat
these
my
things
friends
around
and
them.
family like
So the
that?
only reason they think that about you is because you aren't showing who you truly are to them. You're showing who you truly are to us.
How can you truly know somebody off the internet, off of
No,
talking
you're
to them for
based upon your
fucking 10
actions.
minutes?
Based
Are
upon your
you Houdini?
actions. I know the type of behavior that you're willing to engage in based upon your actions.
Okay. Does that mean that's my
You
behavior?
don't think I can make a
100% of the
conclusion?
time?
Wait, so then how can you make the determination that you won't respect me based upon just seeing me on the internet?
Wait,
You don't
who said I
actually
didn't
know
respect
me.
You.
You don't actually know me. How could you know whether or not you respect
so,
me?
So because I was talking about my ex, I don't respect Parker?
You said that you don't respect me. That's why you're treating me this way.
Wait. When did I say that?
You said that you said these things on the live stream and you wouldn't say them in front of your family because you respect your family, indicating you don't respect us on this live stream, including me, because you were willing to say that
I don't
on the live stream.
respect the 69,000 or 6.9 thousand people.
There's also
I don't know
3,500
them.
people on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't know them. Like, why?
So,
why am I
do
supposed
you
to care
respect
about
me?
them? A little bit. You're smart.
Okay, so then
I mean, you are on my #1 watch fucking TikTok live, so
that's cringe. Because I don't
just
like you.
watching political debate. I don't care what you like.
Why? Why?
Why
You
am
watch
I
you
supposed
watch
to
me.
care?
Obviously, you do care what I think.
Because it's I like to hear about politics and how you just bitch and cry about Trump.
Aw. So you like hearing my voice? You're obsessed with me? Aw.
You're actually making it weird.
Aw. Well, it sounds like you're just obsessed with me. Like that you really
The
enjoy my
fact that
content.
you
That
have a
I'm your
girlfriend is
number one.
actually
I'm your number
insane.
one. I'm your number one watched
It was Harry.
political
Don't
TikTok
feel,
account.
It was Harry.
He
Don't
loves
feel
me
too
so
jealous.
much. Oh my gosh,
It was
chat.
Harry before
He
the boy
loves
breakup.
me so much.
It was Harry before the boy
Pauline,
breakup.
thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. He is fucking disgusting. Thank you so much. Taylor, thank you for the $3 as well.
He's
Thank you very
disgusting.
much. I really appreciate it. Thank
Dumb
you.
bitch.
Go fuck yourself. You're disgusting.
Cool. I
Actually disgusting. I hate that person. That person is so gross.
Mm-hmm.
Like, actually so gross. Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people as always. What a disgusting weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, really quick. Fuck that.
We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Gidget, thank you so much for the Diney. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Do you support Trump?
Trump has done a lot with food waste. We've wasted 30 to 40% of waste food
Hey,
in
pause.
America.
Hey, dude.
Reducing that waste.
Hey, dude. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump due to his he's saving food for everyone. He's doing very well for the farmers. He's supporting them by giving them grants and things, investments.
And that's why because of the fact that he imposed tariffs that disenfranchise them.
Oh man, he's giving them money. He's
No,
fucking them
he's
up,
not,
bro.
because he's disenfranchising their businesses because of the fact that he's causing there to be tariffs put in place that cause there to be reductions in exports of agricultural goods all around the world because countries around the world will place tariffs back on us.
He
So he's
didn't,
actually
he didn't get
harmed.
all that money.
He has harmed our
All
farmers.
the money he got from China, he just used towards our debt. Why not? Why are they even making him give it back to everyone? I don't get it.
Say that one more time,
Right?
sorry.
The tariffs, all the tariff money that we made has to go back to China and other countries. Why can't we keep
The
it?
tariffs were not paid by China or other countries. The tariffs are paid by American consumers here in this country.
All right.
Did you know that inflation would be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place, according to a Federal Reserve report?
Then how are we going to support? How are we going to support our metal workers or our manufacturing companies if we don't have?
We
some
didn't
sort of,
under the Trump administration. We did under the Biden administration. Under the Trump administration, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. Under the Biden administration, we saw massive increases in manufacturing investment.
Okay. Then why is IBM not laying off people after Biden gave them so much money to invest in?
Why is IBM letting off people?
Joe Biden gave IBM a huge investment, and they're laying off people literally
Under Trump's admin?
Under Joe Biden's administration.
We had way better job growth under Joe Biden's admin. I don't know when IBM got rid of a bunch of jobs under Biden.
Just saying. Okay.
Do you have any evidence of
Saying
that?
the investment didn't work for Joe Biden. He was invested in people, but he didn't invest in people. Right?
He did. He did. The Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, built up investment in manufacturing in this country and helped increase productive capacity.
I'm going to stick with hating vegans. I think I do better with that. Have a good one, brother. Thank you.
Do you not support
Vegans
Trump
suck.
anymore?
I never did. I'm joking. I actually should.
Well, I don't think vegans suck. I don't, and I see no reason to hate on vegans. Like, there's actually no good reason to hate on vegans, I think. You can disagree with vegans and not hate on them.
Not possible. Joke, by the way, joke.
Obviously. Most obvious joke. Let's get on this next individual. Vanessa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Because W's for Vanessa in the comment section right now. Thanks for what you do. You give a lot of people hope for better times ahead. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give the W's for Vanessa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Vanessa. As well as thank you so much for the $10, Morgan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. My thoughts on YouTube clip channels reposting my content. It's obviously like I would just like them to credit and whatnot, but I don't really have much of an issue as long as they don't portray themselves as me. And they tell people who I am. That's really all I care about. I'm especially okay with it like on TikTok and whatnot because my TikTok does not send out. It has issues sending out. So if people want to repost my stuff on TikTok, you're absolutely free to do so. That's probably the best place to do so. I would prefer that over YouTube because I would prefer to get the YouTube views myself. What's up, how old are you?
Free Wes Watson! Free Wes Watson!
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. What's up, how old are you?
I know you're gonna ban me, but I love you so much.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on this TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. What's up, how old are you?
Fuck Donald Trump!
Nice. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up, how old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. We're a bit over 4 hours, everybody, so meaning that the debates could end at any point. Dean hasn't said he's going on yet, so I'm going to keep going on the debates. And maybe I'll end the stream at the very end with like a Q&A or something. But we're going to look for debates right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up, how old are you? How old are you? Alright, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alright, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody, okay? If you don't send a guest request, if you actually are a Trump supporter above the age of 18, well, then you're a coward, actually. That's what you are. You're a coward that doesn't want to debate, I tell you that. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up, how old are you?
Hi.
Oh, as soon as I kicked them. Let's go on the next person, everyone. What's up, how old are you? Hello?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I'll debate you on why I'm a conservative.
But you don't support Trump?
I'll debate you on why I'm a conservative.
You know what? I'll let you do that today. Why are you conservative?
Basically, I do not agree with anything a Democrat agrees with.
Okay. Like what?
Well, I take that back. On abortion, I'm not pro-life or pro-choice. I don't care. I don't even get into that debate.
Okay. So, like, what are you conservative on? What are you conserving?
Immigration, just the whole anything, man, anything.
What about immigration?
Can you answer a question for me, Parker?
Yeah.
What is Donald Trump's middle name?
What is Donald Trump's? John?
You sure?
Donald John Trump, I think.
Santana says otherwise, but okay. Let's go with
that. He's probably joking.
No, he's serious.
Does he say Jimothy?
He does, and he will not change. He will not tell me the truth. He don't even want to talk to me no more. I told him I'll debate him whenever he answers that question, and he will not tell me the truth.
Okay, I mean, so why'd you just randomly bring that up?
I don't know. I gotta go back to work, man. You have a good day.
Okay. Alrighty. Looks like the conservative has no clue what he wants to conserve. So let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person, everybody. We got no Trump supporters. Want to know why? Because they're scared of debating us. That's why. You know that's why. Quite frankly, they're terrified. I tell you that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Do you support Trump?
I do. I live in Greenville, South Carolina.
And are you driving, sir?
I am. I'm riding down the road.
Just come back on the live whenever you're not driving, sir. It's TikTok TOS, sir. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Sydney, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally get you. I don't understand why people are so mean. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Max, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Send you a link on TikTok and how many characters it is. We'll only use. It's about Trump. A bit more information. I'll have to make sure to check out. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go into the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody.
Nigger, black favorite.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What the fuck is wrong with these people, dude?
Yeah, I know. It's bad, isn't it?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You can't just watch Parker every goddamn day.
What'd they say?
You can't just watch Parker every goddamn day.
Yes, they can. What are you talking about? They can watch Parker every day. What are you talking about? Parker all day, every day. Parker for life. Leva, thank you so much. I really appreciate the future encounter. Thank you very much. Parker all day, all night, all the time. Parker's YouTube videos, Parker's TikTok videos, Parker's Facebook videos, Parker's Instagram videos, Parker's everything videos. Okay? There's literally no, I guess I can say Snapchat, but it's the same as all the other content. So it's like, that's all the content we watch, every single thing. We watch the Twitch streams, we watch everything, okay? Second account videos, everything, okay? Parker all day, every day, 24/7. I watch Parker even when he's off stream, dude. Dude, maybe it's a little crazy, maybe it's a little bit obsessive, but I'm watching Parker 24/7. Yo, what's up, how to you?
Yo.
Oh, yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too obsessed, dude. Literally 24/7. It's pretty crazy. Like I don't know what he'd think about that. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Fuck McNaught Cadillac Winnipeg.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. I think that we're actually like out of Trump supporters. There's 6,300 people in the stream here on TikTok, and I think we're out of Trump supporters. You know what's crazy though? Dean's gonna hop on live, and there's gonna be a new Trump supporter that didn't join my stream, like somehow.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where are they? Join the stream. Where you at, bro? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh my.
You.
Fetus.
That was a zygote, okay? That was a zygote. It is because Dean gets way more viewers. It's true. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Says 18 as soon as I kick him. Good job. If you're 18 plus and you Trump supporter, send a guest request right now and I'll bring you back up. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get another person. Give it a second, everyone. Cassie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Yo, W's your kids. W's your kids. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. I don't even remember what that person's name was. In the Womb Wednesday. Ah, dude. Or from the Womb Wednesday. That's actually what it is. You have to ability?
It's an LME issue, and
That's literally the fetuses from the Womb Wednesday, actually, okay? Let's go to the next individual.
From the Womb Wednesday.
Oh my gosh. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everybody. There's literally no Trump supporters. They're gone. They don't exist anymore.
We have finally won.
You know what? I should take this as victory.
Yeah, I would.
We are the champions. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Hello. I wanted to debate with you. Now, don't skip me.
Do you support
I'm
Trump?
actually serious, but I think
Do you support Trump?
is doing good in terms of.
Hey, hello?
The Trump is going good in terms of foreign policies with China, Russia, and
Can
North
I ask you a
Korea.
question? If the
Yes.
election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump all the way. Now,
Okay. Why do you
if
support
you want
Trump?
to listen to me, we have great foreign policies with China, Russia, and North Korea. Great domestic policies with every U.S. major, including a mega communist, Zoran Mandani. He is standing
MAGA
against
communist?
the American
Did you say that?
working
He's
class.
trolling. He's totally trolling. MAGA communist, Zoran Mamdani. He's such a communist and he's super MAGA. I tell you that, actually. Super MAGA. So MAGA that he actually called Trump a fascist from the Oval Office, actually, everybody. And Trump's like, you can call me a fascist. Beatrice, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. And Keith, thank you so much for the $1. That's crazy to hear. I'll have to look that one up. That's crazy. Yeah, dude. Fuck. What's going on today? Oh, I appreciate you, man. Peace, bro. Looks like we're alone now, chat. We're alone. We're alone. I'm by myself now, and we're not getting Trump supporters. We're going crazy, actually. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. You know what, chat? We're just gonna do Q&A for the rest of today, everyone. We're done. We're done with debates for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through to the debates. I really, really, really appreciate it. We're going to be answering questions until Dean hops on. He said he's going to be hopping on momentarily. We're done with debates for today because it's just not working. It's not working. It's over at this point. If you like the content, again, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Best place to ask me, though, is those places. Or otherwise, you can try to ask me over the YouTube chat or the TikTok chat. That's the best places to ask me if you don't have the capacity to do so over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Cammy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Or Camille, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are good at what you do, but please go get a job. I'm never getting a job. I never will. Okay? Not happening. If you have any questions, so you can ask me. What happened to Facebook debates? So I couldn't add guests, sadly enough. Dogs or cats? 100% dogs. Why no mention of Biden raising unemployment? He didn't raise unemployment. That would be due to the pandemic. Unemployment was already up and actually it decreased under his administration. So, Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to remember to get that one. We'll see. We'll see if I remember that. Favorite Pokemon? Infernape for sure. Oh my gosh, I got my girlfriend playing Soul Silver Pokemon. She asked me if I have my old DS because she was like, "Oh, I want to go get a DS, but the DSs are so expensive now." And I'm like, "I still have mine. I still have my old 3DS XL from when I was a kid." And what's it called? My girlfriend's been playing Pokemon Soul Silver since then. She started with Bro Chica, actually. Chikorita, and she named her Bro Chica. It's really funny. Christopher, thank you so much for the $5. Of course I am. Chandler, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ooh, that's a difficult one. Twisted Colossus. Electra, thank you so much for the $1. I don't know the names of the songs off the top of my head. Y'all are so young. You like the newer gen Pokemon? Oh my gosh. I guess they are newer gen to some people, but they're older gen still for us. But yeah, it technically is somewhat newer gen. I do like still some of the newer gen stuff still. It's still pretty cool, but what is your dream car? I don't have any specific dream car, honestly. I really don't. If you're on YouTube, by the way, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, by the way, everyone. I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. Andrew, thank you for the $2. I don't plan to do a Pokemon Go stream at all, but that would be funny. That would be really funny. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, by the way. If you have any questions, you can ask me over YouTube Super Chat, Venmo, or PayPal. Just letting everyone know, as always, I'll be on until Dean hops on. We're actually at 1.5 thousand likes on the YouTube stream right now. I think we can get up to 2,000 before we end it. We could easily do that. Who else had a binder full of Pokemon cards? Me. I did. I have a full binder of Pokemon cards. Kat, thank you for the $2. I would say I'm indifferent to either or. Sonny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I have been watching it. I think it's not as good as the previous ones, but it's still all right. Marianne, thank you so much for the $10. For have you ever watched Tim mention? I think you would really appreciate his song. Thank you, God. No, I've never heard of them or watched them before. I'll have to see. Would you ever go to Australia? Absolutely. Are you paid by the DNC? Yes, so much. Directly paid by the DNC. I get DNC dollars all the time, directly sent to me in the form of checks from Taylor Swift. So that's actually how I do it. Paige, thank you for the $5. I didn't even know you could add people on that. That's actually funny. I don't even have it myself. Justina, thank you so much for the $5 for one question you wish someone would ask you and you don't being asked, and one you don't like being asked. One I would wish wish someone would ask. What question you wish someone would ask? I don't know. Actually, off the top of my head, I don't know. That's difficult. We'll go with favorite what's it called? Season, and I'm gonna go with spring. And one you don't like being asked. I don't any personally identifying questions in terms of like my girlfriend or anything. I guess if I had to say one. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5 for do you listen to any audiobooks? I actually haven't in a while, but I'd definitely be interested in it. My girlfriend does that all the time. Zach, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. What are something you say that drives me nuts is what are you asking your guests when they first come up for? You say it so fast I can't quite understand it. Is it yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, I say yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm sorry, I do say it so quickly. That's like I'm just become so accustomed and used to it. I say yo, what's up? How old are you? I've been trying to change it a little bit and just say yo, how old are you? Or how old are you? And make it a little bit less because I've been doing it so quick that it almost sounds like I'm AI sometimes, or like I'm a robot just repeating it over and over again. So that's one thing I've been thinking about. Paige, thank you for $4.20. Thank you. I thought you said something about a Pokemon Go stream, maybe. Oh no, I haven't. I haven't ever had it or anything, but or haven't had it in a long time, I guess. Kennedy, thank you so much for the $25 for do you see famous people often in LA? I don't, but my girlfriend, I swear, always does. My girlfriend always sees people who are famous, and I don't know how. She always identifies people. but I never do. I almost never do. Chandler, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I have no clue. I have no clue. Nightmare? I don't know how to do it for a nightmare, to be honest with you. I don't know how to answer that question. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you, Carolyn. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Carolyn in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them? Leonie, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Can you explain the midterms for a non-American? It's essentially where we have the time to vote in our congressional members and representatives. And it can change the outlook of Congress, which can hold the president accountable to a greater extent because we have more Democrats in Congress, for example. Tara, thank you for the $15. Thank you for hi. Who do you support for California governor? I've been doing research, but don't know where to turn. So for me, it's dependent on whoever has like the most support and who's the most progressive. And to me right now, it seems like it is Steyer. Now, like personally, out of all the candidates, I think I like personally like Katie Porter the most. I just don't think she has the most likelihood of getting elected. Becerra's cool too. I would say Steyer is preferable ideologically speaking to Becerra. In my eyes, because I want a more progressive candidate. But I tried to contact a lot of the governor people, and they never even got back to me to like do an interview or anything. So I won't be able to ask them any questions, sadly. But I'll probably end up voting for Steyer, just because I like the progressive policies, and I also understand the criticisms of people being like Steyer's a billionaire, don't trust him. I understand that, and I get that. It's totally reasonable to me. I honestly, I think that he would be able to advocate and push for these policies, and I kind of want to try something different because I don't think that, I don't think that, we've necessarily tried like a Steyer before. And for someone saying Steyer donates to Trump, that's not true. Historically speaking, he's had really shady investments and stuff like that, but obviously he's changed his views over time, and then he wants to use that for people and wants to give it out. So, I mean, I'm not as concerned with those. I'm kind of willing to see if he's willing to stand on his views. But ideally speaking, I think I would pick Porter if she were to be closer to being elected, to be honest. But I definitely would vote for Becerra if he's the candidate. Zach, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Electra, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to your dog, Svedka. Absolutely. What's up, Svedka? Fee, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much for, if you could be any animal, real or make-believe, what would you be and why? I would be a Pokemon. I'd be a Pokemon. Alrighty. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up. Joking, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I appreciate it. I saw Seth Rogen and Paul Thomas Anderson the other day in LA. Oh, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. Leonie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I actually think I caught up on that one already. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube Super Chat as well. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $2. I actually don't think that's likely to happen with the taxes. It's a very small portion, actually, that ends up leaving. Horizontal, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Do you see the correlation between Trump's approval rating and the size of the debate pool? I actually haven't seen that, actually. No. Cabin as well, thank you for the $5 for favorite adult beverage. I always like seltzer, champagne, wine, things like that. Saul, I'm actually not familiar with either, but I'm going to go with Goku because I know who Goku is. Game, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 for when this chapter is over. When are you and Dean going to debate for next? I'm going to be debating Republicans, so it'll be why do you support Republicans or why do you support this specific Republican? Jaden, thank you for the $5 for house life in LA, living cost. It's expensive. I would say it's definitely very expensive to live in LA, especially compared to other places. But you make more here, so it's obviously still manageable for most people. But it is more expensive. You will notice it moving from a different area for sure. So I'll think of the $2, especially like when you buy basic stuff. Especially then. It's hard to know. I'm not sure where you're moving from too. So it could be similar where you're moving from. Like if you're moving from like DC or something, it's gonna be very similar, if not nicer in some areas. Also, like one thing I would say is like there's plenty of places in LA that aren't specific to like downtown LA or very hyper specific in LA or and whatnot that are very much more affordable. You move out of LA more, it becomes more affordable. and you could stay in LA County. More suburban, yeah, definitely. Did you see the Parker doll someone made? Yes, I actually did. Yes, I did see it. I've sent a dono before, but didn't read it. I apologize. Sometimes I miss donos. Sometimes I miss them. Want to debate more on the fence if there are less supporters? Because I think it's important to continue with this as of right now. Because I think inevitably speaking, that's going to move the most people against Republicans. And then after midterms, I think it's good to carry over towards other types of Republicans. There's going to be countless Republicans we're going to be able to address. We're just trying to get them off of the Trump train for now. Parker, do you get recognized in public? Yes, I do. Favorite Death Note character? I mean, I like Light. Would you consider debating leftists? I actually don't think I'm ever going to. Like, I think that will never be something that I see to be more productive than other stuff. Like, I would debate religion over that. I would debate social issues over that. I would debate, politics and conservatives over that. I don't really see much of a benefit in debating people to the left of me. And if anything, I actually think that we spend as people on the left too much time focusing on each other and our different disagreements with each other when we have so many more disagreements with the right. So I would like us to focus more on the right, and that's why I like to do this platform where I focus constantly on the right, because I like us doing that a lot more. But I also do think it's important to have discourse. Like, we have our discourse, but I think that oftentimes we don't focus enough on the Republicans as we should be, and that's why I thought there was a room for my content. There has been. I think there's a lot of need to push back on the right. A lot of need to do that. Harley, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Favorite strain? I don't have like a specific one. Maybe Pineapple Express or something. Any last questions, everyone? You can ask them real quick. I'm about to get off here very, very soon, everyone. Any last questions? You can make sure to ask them here real quick. I'm going to be getting off very, very soon. Do you ever worry about your security? Yes, I definitely do. I definitely do. I want to do more in-person debates, but it's hard to set that up. It's hard to get that going. I really need to find an area where I can go find Trump supporters in person all the time. Because, I've just realized this. The content in person sends out at least 10 to 15 times more than the content that I do from here. Right? Like, just on different platforms. It's fucking insane. It's, like, genuinely insane. I posted 2 older clips on Instagram the past 2 days that were, like, from in-person debates. And they both, like, overnight have, like, over 2 million views. It's actually fucking nuts. Like, the in-person content, gets out to significantly more people. I needed to do more in-person stuff. And then also for, like, YouTube as well. YouTube, it sends out to significantly more people as well. You destroyed my ex IRL. It was great. No way. That's so funny. That would be so funny. Like, to see that in person. To me debating someone like that in person. Like, it's someone that you know. Adriana, thank you so much for the $2 for I would love to debate you on religion. Also, I'm not MAGA Republican. Well, yes. I mean, I've done religious debates in the past. I'm an atheist, an agnostic atheist, so that's kind of like my position. And I'm like familiar. I like debating like the specific religions that have an influence on politics. Really, though, I think I like debating the most, actually, now that I think about it, is separation of church and state. I really think that that's like one of the more important things to debate. I don't think it's the reason why I don't debate religion as much is because it doesn't have as much of a real world impact. Now, it is important. Like, I think debating religion, like giving those criticisms are important in situations where like there's a super hyper theology person that's wanting to use theology and the state together. So you can criticize theology in order to be able to undermine their position. I think that's where I will like doing it. I don't really care to convince someone who's a liberal Christian to not be Christian. I don't have an issue with their position very much, other than like I just disagree with it from a standpoint of whether or not I believe it to be true. Like I don't see an issue with it at all in terms of the impact on society. So I don't find like a need to critique all of religion, more like how religion influences politics. Now, part of me does want to criticize the idea of believing something without evidence, but I feel like I can do that without going after religion. Now, one criticism that I would have had for myself, like in the past, if I were to criticize myself from the past to now, like myself in the past would have criticized me now, would have been like, oh, well, criticizing someone in terms of their belief in God and their foundation for how they believe God can inform their other beliefs. They might be more likely to believe things based upon evidence if they are also doing so in the context of religion. And I think that's a relevant one, but I think that you can still get to that idea while debating politics or other sorts of topics. So I don't think it's necessary to do so through religion. And oftentimes, because of the level of cognitive dissonance that exists within the context of religion, it might make it a little less productive in doing so. But I really enjoy the religious conversations and discussions, and I like having those dialogues. Okay, Uncle, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Game Addict, thank you for the $5. Thank you. A lot of people didn't like Gavin Newsom because of his stance on Israel. A lot of people don't like Gavin Newsom because they don't think he was strong enough on like addressing homelessness, which, I mean, I would say that I think he provided a lot of the federal funds. It just wasn't carried through with the local areas, but there needed to be more accountability applied to the local areas in terms of the overall funding and more homeless prevention in the first place, preventing people from becoming homeless in the very first place. So keeping people within their housing. So those would be like the few things. What was Danny thinking of the $2? Thank you very much. And I think more of a top-down approach could have addressed that, I guess. But it was more like leave it up to the district in those different areas. Elise, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely don't think I would. But I appreciate it. Thank you, and I'm sorry to say. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Adriana, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would be interesting. I think I am fully or so caught up there. I think I'm going to call it for now. And we're going to send everyone. I think Dean hopped on live. Is he on live on YouTube yet, everyone? If he is, I'll send everyone over to him. If not, maybe I'll stay on YouTube for the next few minutes or something. He is? Let me see. Yes, he is. He is live. All right, everyone, go over to Dean's live. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love from Parker, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll see everyone later. I might do a Twitch stream later. Maybe I'll think about it. We'll see. All right, love y'all.